Good morning, everyone. welcome
Hello.
to a hastily arranged tech routine. Pre-show, we're still just getting stuff sorted. George, is that keyboard?
Yes, I in order to make room for the mic, I'm just using this as my keyboard now.
Yeah.
So
the amount of cables I have, it's a case of make sure it doesn't knock over that drink, make sure it doesn't knock over that drink, and I've definitely got 2 drinks today. One for caffeine, one for hydration.
Just caffeine, as always.
Is that a starry mug?
Yes, it is. It's actually from the Science Museum in London. Come on.
Oh,
come on. There we go. It
nice.
reacts with heat, so it shows up with the heat.
It's one of those heat reactive type things. Cool. It's been a couple of weeks since we've done one of these, simply because I've been busy and you've been ill.
Yeah, sorry about that. Last week and the week before, I had the worst cough, and just felt like utter dog shit. So,
yep, and now we're demonetized already because we don't have a bleepy button. Yeah, I spent a day last week at Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Literally flew in the morning, flew out in the evening. Was enough, I think, to see the majority of the show floor. At least the probably could do with another day, because obviously, I mean, you know what it's like. You go to one of these trade shows, you see something that's interesting, and you spend half an hour there. You can only do that so many times because there's only so many hours in the day, especially if you're doing a day trip. So I have a few things I saw there that I probably need to put into a video. The world's first biological computer for the data center.
Huh. Interesting.
So it's
biological how?
I'm gonna have to pull up this, see if I can find the image file. Luckily I have everything organized. So let's see if we can go to this. Yep. In vitro neurons learn and exhibit sentience when embodied in a simulated game world. Let's see if any of these other images are useful. This one. Critical dynamics arise during structured information presentation within embodied in vitro neuronal networks. And let's see if I can get a video file that actually makes sense. And we need to make sure the audio is disabled. Yeah, what we're seeing here is they have a small biological computer, and you can fit them in racks like that, and the displays show temperature and whatever. Let's see if I have another video. For some reason, this video is really grainy. Something must be wrong with my pixel. And this is what the computer looks like, the CL1.
Huh.
So you've got like biological stuff going in, and obviously things to feed it and keep it alive.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about like truly biological computers. Like, I have very mixed opinions on this.
Let's try this one as well. So that's the chip essentially, and it's got all sorts of connectors going on it. Let's see if we can pause it. There we go. It's slightly resolved there. I'm not sure if you can see that.
Yeah, no, I see it. It's super interesting, but also the fact that they're claiming that this is sentient brings
Or
up a
you can.
whole suite of ethical
I haven't read
issues.
the papers yet. I need to go source them. If anybody does have journal access to the papers I just showed off, then please do give us a bell. Otherwise, I'll go ping my trusty friend back at Oxford. But yeah, this company's. So I saw that at MWC. Actually, let me see if I can bring up some more, because we're not going to go through any of this today in any serious form. I saw a smartphone that claims to have a 600% volume over standard smartphones. It's designed for it. It's essentially a speaker. You crossbreed a smartphone and a Bluetooth speaker.
Oh, okay.
In the form factor of a smartphone. Called the Nubia Music 2.
Oh, of course it's Nubia.
Yeah,
they make all sorts of weird phones.
That's the ZTE gaming brand, isn't it? Yeah. We had a small update on the Fujitsu Monarca.
There has been an update.
A tiny one. This is let me see if I can share this image. Fujitsu Monarca. This is kind of what it looks like.
Ooh, interest. Actually, I have something of yours.
Hang on, haven't got there yet. It's gonna bring it up.
It kind of looks like that in an abstract.
Yeah, let's see if I can share this video file, which is the long one. I'm not loading up. No. Okay. The video I have is 1.5 gigabytes. I'm not uploading that. So yeah, it's the fact that they have I think it's meant to be 44 cores per core chiplet or something.
It's 36.
Okay. Yeah.
36 with four so it's 36 cores per compute chiplet, 4 compute chiplets for a total of 144 cores per chiplet or per CPU, and then that can be packaged in a 2-piece system for up to 288 cores in a system.
Yeah, core die is 2 nanometer. It's got 5 nanometer SRAM die underneath each core chiplet.
Configured like 2nd gen Vcache.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're also doing a massive partnership with AMD. Let me upload this image as well. So I kind of didn't understand this when it was announced back in November. I think we covered it very briefly. But what this is essentially the platform that AMD's using to port ROCm to ARM.
Okay. Interesting that they're going down that route.
I asked the guy and I said, how much is it Fujitsu doing it versus how much is AMD doing it? And it kind of sounded like it was mostly AMD. But the thing is, Fujitsu is known to have a strong compiler team because of their custom ARM CPU design. So
Yeah. Okay, so the reason why that seems odd to me is that there's parts of the Instinct line that have x86 cores built onto the chip, the MI300A. So it seems odd that they would go down this route unless this is for a specific supercomputer design in the future, like the successor to Fukaku.
So yeah, they kept saying that Monarca isn't the direct successor to Fugaku, but it's more of an AI-driven chiplet rather than massive monolithic. Go crunch everything as fast as you can. Though it does support scalar vector extensions too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what the A64FX was built on.
Yeah, yeah, just interesting that they are going down that route for AMD. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's with AMD, and I think part of it is AMD
Yeah.
also wants to build up an ARM ecosystem. So,
Huh.
and this
Interesting.
one, last thing from MWC. So, oh, it just went out of defocus right in the middle. Typical. It's because the smartphone is shining off the silicon. But what most people don't realize is that MediaTek has a custom silicon division. If you have enough money, they will go and build silicon for you. And one thing I've actually done some work with MediaTek on this. Helped on some of the explanations on the website and stuff, paid work. And what I wasn't expecting to see at Mobile World Congress was their custom silicon division on display. And I mean, don't get me wrong. The time I visited, it was empty. That section. There was one guy, showing these off, and they had a presentation or whatever. And so I want to go through these three pieces of silicon. Again, this should be a proper video. The one on the left here is just showing that they can design silicon with a high aspect ratio, which means your length to width is that it's a high fraction. Because apparently this is difficult, or because of how you cut the chip and the shoreline and the consistency and everything else. The thing in the middle looks like AMD MI250X. This is actually because you can Google this MT3770Q on the side. Turns out it's a Juniper switch chip, but it's clearly using CoWoS and HBM and stuff. Or it may not be a switch chip, but it's definitely got the stickers they're covering up is the Juniper logo.
I wonder if it's Juniper Switch 5 or Express 5, excuse me.
The date code on this is 2225, so it's several years old.
That would put it in line with Juniper 5, if I remember correctly.
And if we can move over here, this one at the end is clearly a multiple package die. You got a big one in the middle. You got what looks like a bunch of I/O dies on the outside. This is a Cisco Quad Peaks switch chip, and I went ooh, and I bought one, and I got it delivered to George. I found somebody on eBay selling this thing. They had it to buy for $275, and I think I offered $200. Then so it's one of these 10,000 ball BGA chips, and I got it just because it's interesting, it's curio, and I'd hazard a guess and say no one at MediaTek who I deal with knows much about this. So if I turn up at the next event and going, hey, I've got one of your chips.
Well, this looks like a big LGA on the back, not a BGA.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah. But yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting because it just showcases that we have Broadcom who makes like the Google Axion chips and a bunch of others. Marvell plays in custom silicon space. The big up and comer, it seems, is MediaTek, and perhaps doesn't get as much recognition because over the years they've gotten much better at silicon design. It's my smartphone is a MediaTek this time around. So yeah, that was fun, and there might be some content from that coming out. There's a few others. Briefly saw. I wonder if I can upload this depending on. No, that's 200 meg. You're going crinkly.
I was very confused when I first opened this package.
I told you I was getting it delivered.
Yes, yeah, but one, you didn't say when it was being delivered, and two, it came in a auto parts box.
Oh, fair enough. I also saw some initial glass substrate stuff from SK in partnership with a company called Absolix. So that's going down the route as necessary. So yeah, that was that. Yeah, Mobile World Congress. That was my one day last week, and since then we've had a bunch of stuff, which we'll get into in the show. Yeah, and the idea is we won't dilly-dally this time around like we normally do. So thank you all for joining. Please do say hi in the comments to let us know that you're here. I will answer this one just quickly. How do you find the detailed specifications on these chips to the level that Intel and AMD announce? Most of the time you don't. So that MediaTek chip, for example, because they are the ASIC, physical design partner, you won't find any. The only way I found out about the chip was just by Googling, the MediaTek code, and it just happened to be listed online. And then you find out, oh, that's actually the Quad Peaks chip. And then you search for, Cisco Quad Peaks, and then you maybe find out something about it. Typically, if it's not widely distributed, the information by the vendor, and you can't buy it as a consumer, it's very hard to find anything about it at all. That's why semi-custom silicon for cloud service providers like 10 years ago went completely under the radar for most people, because people didn't know it existed until it actually made its way out onto eBay and such. So yeah, so let's get started with the show. Hi everyone, welcome to episode 20 of the Tech Poutine, your semi-regular update of all things chips and just stuff we find exciting about the industry. My name is Ian Cutress from More Than More and TechTechPotato, and joining me as always,
I'm George Cozma from Chips and Cheese.
And if you love George's stuff, then go over to chipsandcheese.com and also his YouTube channel. And this show, we don't have a sponsor, so it's going to be us again. And we'll address that later in the episode. But yeah, if you could like and subscribe if you love this sort of stuff, that would really help us keep on going. So topics today. I mean, there's been a fair amount. It depends how high level and low level you really want to go. But we've got a few big topics to start. And I guess let's start with this anecdote, just because I haven't actually organized this to begin with.
Well, do you want to talk about who you saw?
No, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to find the picture. Oh, and I've missed it all up already. I'm literally just going through the.
So.
Yeah. What's the interesting people you've met in this industry, George?
Ooh, I mean, many people. Mike Clark, Ronak Singhal, Mahesh Saramani, a whole bunch of Christian Jacoby, Bill Starkey, a whole bunch of people who have approached me independently, just saying hi. The Next Silicon folks, like basically everyone I've done a video on, or yeah. So yeah, there's the image. Is that the cleaned up one?
Yes, this is.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't remember if I mentioned this on the last episode, but I bumped into Woz at the airport at baggage claim. So was it Apple employee number 1?
Yes.
And it was the fact that it was him. This photo was quite blurry, and I'm not even looking at the camera. So and I've also got 15 chins. But yeah, it literally just. I kind of think we're on the same flight, or he may have been on the flight just before me that got slightly delayed. But yeah, he was just there picking up his bags, and I thought, is that him? And then somebody else went and spoke to him and took a picture, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's him. So I went up and asked for a selfie as well. So yeah. And just so happens the same week I got an email from Apple about our first topic today.
Yeah, we also got that email, interestingly enough. So
You did as well.
Yes, we did.
Sweet. So we're on the radar for Apple. So this is the, let's see if I can share my Chrome tab. Apple reveals the M3 Ultra. So our main topic about Bolt Zeus and Bolt graphics, we're going to approach a little bit. Let's have a couple of easy topics just to get going. This is the update to the big conjoined CPU, the M1 Ultra and the M2 Ultra. Let's see if I can actually make this easier for people to read. So, Apple reveals M3 Ultra, taking Apple Silicon to a new extreme. The new chip delivers up to 2.6x the performance, 2.6%, that'd be depressing. The new chip delivers up to 2.6 times the performance of M1 Ultra, along with Thunderbolt 5 connectivity and support for more than 0.5 terabyte of unified memory, the most ever in a personal computer. That's what you define as a personal computer.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would define this as a prosumer system.
Yeah. In which case, yeah, we've had prosumer systems with lots of memory for a while now.
And just to answer a question from OPS about the WAS, did he know who you are, Ian? Of course not. I don't cover enough Apple stuff. So M3 Ultra, we've got no core die. And to be honest, the information that came out was a little. It had some interesting nuggets of information, but it was essentially just a passive. This is going to be available next week, essentially. So let me go through some of the specifications here. What they've done, similar to M1 Ultra and M2 Ultra, is just fuse two of the M3 Max dies together. With the, it's got the connectivity on the edge so they can put it together. In this case, you've got 10,000 connection points, which I've got to assume is 5,000 per die. It may be 10,000 per die.
So what's interesting is, if I remember correctly, this is actually the same interconnect bandwidth as M1 and M2.
Yeah, so that's 2.5 terabytes per second or 20 terabits per second, which is slower than Thunderbolt, but we'll get into that in a second.
It's not slower than Thunderbolt.
Oh, sorry, I'm thinking teragiga. Yeah, okay, more coffee. For some reason I thought, I'm just getting words mixed up. So this is two M3 Maxes, so double the core count, double the transistors, double the GPU, double the neural engine, double the memory support, double the memory bandwidth. That means 184 billion transistors. That means 32 core CPU, which is split 24 performance, 8 efficiency. 80 core GPU, which in this case is 10,000, just over 10,000 ALUs, 10,000 logic units. Funny enough, the M2 Ultra was only just under 10,000. It's like literally 9,726 versus 10,240. So not a massive percentage in jump.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, M2 Ultra was 76 cores.
This is 80.
This is 80 with the same number of ALUs per core. So yeah.
So generational uplift being the most major thing. It is TSMC N3. We don't know the frequency. We suspect it's around 3.8. We know that the M3 I think is 4.05. But this is 140 watts TDP. When you start, rather than the M3 Max, which is 78. So it's not a direct doubling in power. So there's that. 32 core neural engine, which, funnily enough, it's let's see if I can find it on the page, because they say AI and stuff. It's the I'm going to go to the yeah. So the neural engine and over 800 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. This is only 36 tops, the NPU. And I highlight that because the M2 Ultra was 31.6, so it's not a major update. The base level M4 is 38 tops, and none of them meet the minimum requirements for Microsoft Copilot.
So, what's interesting?
I mean, you're not going to run Microsoft Copilot on it, but
yeah, no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no. So I know that for the folks that were running AI on the M1 Ultra and M2 Ultras, the GPU compute wasn't commensurate with the bandwidth that it had, for lack of a better word there.
You were still memory bound in most contexts.
No. You were actually GPU compute bound, which is not the standard.
On LLMs?
Yes. It's just because it didn't have enough compute.
Okay.
From what I was essentially told, and have heard.
Mm-hmm.
What I find interesting is I wonder if M3 is going to run into that same issue.
So, because it's not that much of a jump from the M2 Ultra and therefore the M1 Ultra, because don't forget the key leaders in each generation is M1 and M4. That's when the new designs came out. Given that M4 is 38 tops, and we go, M4 Max, then M4 Ultra. M4 Ultra is going to be at least 75. So that's a step up generationally. Whereas this is just essentially supercharged M1, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny because so the memory here, it's LPDDR5 6400, which is not the LPDDR5X 8533 we get on M4. But the key thing here is that now it supports up to 512 gigabytes, which is funny because they say 800 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth, great. To run LLMs with over 600 billion parameters directly on device, just short of what's needed for DeepSeek, full DeepSeek at 8-bit, which is
I mean, even at 8-bit, you couldn't. I mean, your realistic maximum is about 450 B model, maybe 470.
What here? No, you could probably go
because it's 512 gigabytes of RAM.
Yeah.
You need some for your OS,
right.
and then you're going to have KV cache and other overheads. So realistically, your maximum is about 450 to 480.
Yes,
you could maybe squeeze a bit more, but 6 billion is a bit.
600 billion, yeah. I mean, if you did it 4-bit, but then it's a terrible model.
Yeah, you could do 4-bit easy, but 8-bit you're squeezing.
And the question here is, does the M3 support native 4-bit? I don't think it does, or packed 4-bit.
I don't know. I don't think so, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't. I don't keep track of the Apple scene as much as I probably should.
But yeah, it's so in terms of performance, they said 2.6x right at the top. However, further down the page here, they put it in here. It's somewhere in the text. It says it's 1.5x and M1 Ultra and 1.8x and 1.5 times faster than an M2 Ultra and a 1.8 times faster than M1 Ultra. It supports up to 22 streams of 8K ProRes for video editing from the Media Engine. It does support AV1 decode. And so the display engine supports up to 8 Pro Display XDRs. Now, these are $5,000 a pop. If you can chain 8 together, good on you.
Yeah.
And that also brings us to the price. And let me bring up the shop here, because this is why I think it should be in the prosumer.
Well, what's the price?
So it's Mac Studio, right? You're getting a Mac Studio. This is the only form factor it comes in. You have the M4 Max, which is the M4 side of the equation, starts at $2,000. The M3 Ultra starts at $4,000.
Starts. There's your keyword.
That doesn't get you the full fat chip.
Oh no.
That gets you 28 cores, not 32. It takes away a quarter of your GPU, and it limits you to the lowest amount of memory, 96 gigs, and only 1 terabyte of storage. Now, one thing I guess I haven't touched upon is the fact that it is Thunderbolt 5, and the M3 chips don't natively support Thunderbolt 5, so they are using additional controllers here. Whether that's in-house design or Intel's Thunderbolt 5, unclear. But Thunderbolt is now an open standard for anybody to build their chip, and if anybody's going to go down the route of keeping it in-house, it's Apple.
It would be Apple.
Yeah. So we have the M3 Ultra with the reduced chip. If you want the full fat chip, it's $1,500. But
so
say
we're at
that does get you.
5,500.
Yeah. And the main thing here is 30% GPU, but also it opens up the memory. You can't get the full 512 gigs on the slow chip. You have to buy the big chip. If you want the full set of memory, it's another $4,000.
Can you select the smaller chip? Oh, okay. Can you select the smaller chip and the 250?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can. Cool.
So you can either have the worst chip with more memory or the best chip with the least memory, and it comes out to roughly the same. This is right. So this is all with 1 terabyte of capacity, and we know Apple overcharges for capacity. This is the first studio that offers 16 terabytes of capacity, which we think is 2 8-terabyte drives.
Probably.
Right. How much does an 8-terabyte drive cost? If you happen to know offhand. I do.
Let's see what. How much is an 8 terabyte?
If you want the Western Digital 8-terabyte drive, they're just shy of $600 right now. You can probably get them on sale for about $550. I've seen one for about $520 UK.
Okay.
If you want the expensive one, it costs $1,000. At launch, they were about $1,400. If you want 16 terabytes of storage from Apple, it's going to cost you $4,600.
Jesus crivens.
So that actually, can you get 16 terabytes? Yeah, you can get 16 terabytes with all configs. But yeah, that's just shy of what? That's $250, $260 per terabyte.
Yeah, insanity.
Please tell me it's SLC.
At the very least, MLC and nothing out, like 2-layer. Yeah. Jesus.
So if you want the full fat system, it's just over $14,000.
Like, I would hope that these are enterprise series drives, because geez.
Yeah. So
Joshua in chat says it's TLC. Oh geez. Okay.
Yeah. You'd hope it's high bind.
Yeah. With all the enterprise specifications.
So saying that the framework laptop with the framework desktop with Strix Halo I also want to put 16 terabytes in that, except it's
Well,
not going to cost
so-
me $4,600.
So, one, I hope they send me one so I can do some LLM testing because that would be fun. But two, speaking of Strix Halo,
Oh, you got the Flow Z13.
yeah, it's only 32 gigs. I do want to test the full 128 gigs, but
28,
this is the full
yeah.
chip at least. So I can test the full chip.
Yeah, but it's that there's a thing in marketing, right? Nothing's expensive depending on what you compare it against, right? So a full fat Strix Halo with 16 terabytes of memory, for example, you're looking at 3,000 and change.
Yeah.
Right. That's cheap compared to this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the Rolls-Royce and Bentley stopped showing their cars at car shows because they look expensive. They started showing them at boat and plane shows. So if you spend all day looking at if you spend all day looking at $20 million jets, this 250 grand purchase seems cheap. It's almost on a whim, right? You got to leave with something. Might as well leave with a $40 million car. So yeah, it's between this and I've noticed in the chat GB10 mentioned the Project Digits box. That's also limited to 128 gigs, and I'm not sure about the capacity situation on that yet. We don't know. We'll find out more at GCC next week, which we should actually add to the thing that we mentioned at the end.
So,
okay, Captain K says just stick with 1 terabyte of storage. The problem is that Apple uses its own proprietary storage
and now
connection
on
technology.
This thing, the max, I think, so this is an M.2 2030 SSD or 2230 SSD, which
so
I
you can
think
get 2
maxes
terabytes
out at, I think that there's a 4 terabyte SSD now. Is it not?
I believe there may be one from OWC in the works. Sabrent will do one if the demand is there, because 2230 is what you get on the Steam Deck and all those other handhelds.
Yeah.
Right now, there hasn't been a demand.
But
you
I
have
can
to
at
use
least
the high
upgrade
capacity
to 2 terabytes and potentially to 4 if it comes out, right? Whereas with Apple, you can't. And Josh says in chat, Strix Halo doesn't support 512 gigs of memory capacity. Yeah. So even at the stock bid with 1 terabyte, it's still more. Like, well, it's still like almost not quite double, but like 50% for the big chip in and 96 gigs and 1 terabyte.
So would you rather have 4 Strix Halos or 1 M3 Ultra? About the same price. You probably have the M3 Ultra, I'll be honest.
Yeah. Right. I personally, I would have the Strix Halos because there's that neat little framework thing with 4 and a thing.
The mini rack.
Yeah. That's cool. Also, Dr. Moritz in chat, I will get you some Fluid X3D benchmarks for Strix Halo. Just give me some.
Just in the comment does make a good point. It's got Thunderbolt 5. You can expand storage that way. It's just a bit of a hassle.
But here's my counterpoint. Then you can't use the Thunderbolt 5 for expanding to another system for a bigger AI model.
Or you lose
one
of those
connections. You could use the 10 gig Ethernet though.
Yeah. It is what it is, and we're all too poor. And if you're on the power cord, it's another $50. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. You can pay for it on your Apple credit card. And
there are 6. Okay.
Yeah, there are
Maybe
6
you could
ports.
get away with it. Okay. Then potentially you could do all 4 back to storage and then the 2 front. All 4 back to a second studio, then 2 front to storage.
And it does have 2 Type A for mouse keyboard.
Yeah.
You're also relying on those Thunderbolt 5s to do if you need more on display.
Well, so if you're doing an AI system, then you don't. But
It depends when you're building an AI system and you need it to work on. So, yeah, and yeah, we're all too poor.
Yeah.
So there are a few questions here. Why an M3 based chip now?
Yeah, that made me go, The only thing I can think of is that they're potentially saving a M4 Ultra for a Mac Pro update.
It's honestly, I think it's more a case of this stuff takes time to get it right.
Potentially, yeah.
With this much memory and this connection density with this packaging on 3 nanometer chips.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, it kind of leads into, we're assuming that the software stack that helps the M1 scale and look seamless as a monolithic is the same one here, and there's no major changes, or if there are changes, they're all sorted out. Fujitsu just emailed me.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, and yeah, it's if I remember correctly, I don't think the M4 had a shoreline. Are you all right there, George? Just coughing up a lung.
Yeah.
I don't remember the die shots of the M4 having a SerDes connection for a chip to chip.
If I remember correctly, the M4 Max doesn't have a SerDes, which may mean that they're going to a single chip config.
It's chiplets are still a thing.
Yeah.
So and that's Apple. Next topic, I will bring up this one.
Yes. So the AMD RX 9070 series. AMD has launched the 9070 and 9070 XT, which are AMD's first RDNA4 based graphics. And they are currently focusing with these cards. Yes, I have one. Actually, I have two, but one of them is currently in shipment to Chester. They're focusing on the mid-range market with the 9070 starting at $549 and the 9070 XT starting at $600. The initial reviews have been very positive. However, as always with modern GPUs, even though it seems that AMD had some very good supply, they have all sold out, and now we're getting eBay scalpers for the eBay scalper price.
Also, I think some of the AIB partners just did super overkill cards that bumped up the price a couple of hundred.
So yeah.
We've got two slide decks to go through. I'll click through and let.
I mean, so if you want more detail than what I'm going to give here, I wrote an article and we have a video. So go watch the video, go read the article on the 9070 series. But for the most part, we know what the reviews say. We know what the opinions are on it, and the thing that really interests me was when I got my hands on this. I wonder if we're going to see 5 gigahertz GPUs.
Wait, what?
On LN2. The reason why I say that is yes, on LN2. The reason why is just with a simple driver offset. I got this card clocking to 3.9 in a FP64 bench, which granted is not a lot of compute, but the fact that it was running it at all is pretty impressive. And I know somebody who got a Red Devil up to over 4.1 gigahertz.
Oh, nice.
And that was just on air with standard cooling. So I really wonder if we're going to see 5 gigahertz LN2 chips. The big thing for for RDNA4, another interesting behavior and quirk of it is that even if you increase the memory clocks about 10%, in games you don't see a big benefit in the performance. You only see about 2% for that 10% increase, which does suggest that RDNA4 is not very memory bound, which again is not the standard for GPUs.
No.
Usually they're more compute and or raster bound, and they want more memory bandwidth. I wonder if a lot of that has to do with that out of order memory that they were talking about in their architecture.
Well, we can go into that in a second.
Yeah, well, we kind of ran over with the M3 segment.
That's fine.
So
that's fine. Just want to go through this.
Yeah.
I mean, with RDNA4, they're focused a lot on ray tracing.
Yeah.
They have shunned the 12-volt high power connector. They're still using standard 8 pins, except for one card, I think.
2 cards. ASRoC and ASRoC on the Taichi and the Nitro Plus from Sapphire.
They use the new 12-volt high power.
12-volt. Although the interesting thing for the Sapphire card is even though the I don't like how the connector's bent at a almost 90-degree angle. It does have a lot of leeway for that bend, but also so you know how like this card is flow through and how NVIDIA was talking about flow through cooler design. Well, the way that they've put the 12-volt high power is right here. So you literally have air crossing through the power connector, which should keep it cooler and keep it from overheating and causing issues, in theory at least. In reality, who knows?
Yeah. So, yeah, RDNA4, new compute units. Yeah, we can get rid of the banner, Dom. It's covering up stuff. That's why I took it out. It's a revamp of the architecture, essentially. And one of their big focus is on new ray tracing, essentially 2x the ray tracing performance. And then also AI acceleration. We've got full 8-bit support. That's integer 8, FP8. So yeah, AMD does go down the route of, the one that Jensen was saying is 8 out of 9 pixels in the future will be AI generated. AMD is taking this to heart in the same way that NVIDIA is taking this to heart and just saying, if you can get a better experience, we're going to focus time, effort, and silicon on this.
So,
just to clarify, with NVIDIA, you assume it's said in the same ilk of just general purpose AI. I have a feeling with AMD, it's specifically for gaming that they're focused on because of the software support.
So, 2 things here. One, I would like to, there is a funny note on the FP8 formats here. AMD's MI300X and MI300A do not support the OCP FP8 standard because it was changed at the last minute. RDNA4 supports the OCP FP8 format, which the difference is there, I think it's infinity. Does it have an infinity or not?
Right.
Yeah, but to quote one of our favorite people, Felix Leclerc, what kind of flops? And
what kind of
how many FP8 formats?
Well, to be clear, for people who aren't invested in this space, in some formats, infinity and negative infinity are 2 different numbers. You can also have different not numbers. Yeah. So the whole point of having these standards is that you can get consistent answers. There is an argument that for AI it doesn't matter because they can deal with a bit of fuzzy math quite happily. But yeah, we've got HDMI 2.1B, DisplayPort 2.1A.
Actually,
These are
I was just going to say the second point was how you were talking about focusing on gaming. Now, gaming usually uses AI for upscaling and frame generation.
yes.
What's interesting is not actually RDNA4 in this regard, but the PlayStation 5 Pro. I went back and Andy, as who you know, went back through the Mark Cerny analysis. And what's really interesting is the way that he was talking about how they implemented the ML in the PS5 Pro. It sounds like instead of doing standard GEM, which is general matrix multiplication, like focusing on that, they essentially built a CNN NPU.
Right.
And which is ideal for upscaling
Images.
and images. So Sony in particular seems like they're focusing on gaming, which for them makes perfect sense.
Yeah. This is the not to change completely, but this is where AMD sees they fit into the into their line. So 9070, just as Jack Hune, VP of Gaming and Consumer Graphics, said, let's focus on the middle of the market with just shy of 54 billion transistors with this new chip. These are the specifications. 304 is an odd number, but there it is. And just to put what George was saying before in context about going up to 4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz on GPUs, the XT out of the box has a boost clock of 3, just shy of 3. So there is some lament that there's not a 32 gigabyte version.
That's probably coming in the Pro. Although I would like to see that priced at at least somewhat reasonable, like
700, 800.
Honestly, if it's 1,000, I think for a 32 gig card, that's reasonable in this market. Would I prefer it to be 800? Sure, but I would accept 1,000.
This peak AI tops number here, the 4-bit with sparsity, the same games that NVIDIA plays with those numbers.
At least they on the architecture slides they pointed out where what it is with and without sparsity, which is nice.
Yeah. So divide it by 2 to take out sparsity, then divide it by 2 again to get 8-bit, and that's your real comparative performance number. So the 9070, yep, showing it's 38% faster than Gen on Gen and 26% faster versus Comp 3000 series at 4K max, which is a weird. I thought this was meant to be a 1440p good settings, not a 4K max. But this is native performance 21% over the 7900 GRE. This is native 1440p, and then you have the 9070 XT. Again, you can go read reviews to find the exact figures that people are getting at. Software, so we have fluid motion frames. Again, frame generation. So this is upscaling plus frame generation on a few games, showing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but AMD only supports 1 frame gen, not like 4x frame gen.
Yeah, it's frame. It's rendered frame, generated frame, rendered frame, generated frame, not rendered frame, generated frame, generated frame, generated frame.
But that rendered frame could be an upscaled one anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the upscaling is obviously FSR4, which a lot of people other than us have been benchmarking and testing out.
The reception on that seems to have been pretty good too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm more comfortable with fuzzy. Most of what I play now is either 8-bit or text anyway. That's just who I am. Either that or it's Trackmania, and that just blows up my GPU. So I had to decrease the render distance. But yeah, no. This is 4K gaming. This is upscaled with frame gen. Software, they're enhancing the media engine. So AV1 support. Is that AV1 encode now?
Yes.
Yep.
AMD's had AV1 encode since RDNA3. And it does appear that AMD has sunk a lot of time and effort into improving the encode and decode engines.
Yeah. Yeah. And streaming performance and other AI features. Did we get a commitment to ROCm support at some point later in the year? I believe we did.
So, okay. I can confirm that ROCm 6.3.3 works and runs on RDNA4. The thing with it is that it basically thinks that it's RDNA 3.5. It assumes that it's the CUs in here.
Right.
It does work, and it does appear that ROCm 6.4 will have full GFX 12 support. When that's coming is probably in the next month or two. Yeah, but it does work and run. I can confirm, but it is not optimized.
It doesn't run the full, because if it doesn't see it as RDNA4, you don't have all the RDNA4 features.
Yes.
So, but it will come, and this is something that AMD is a bit more committed to supporting this year.
Yeah. On that, I wonder if AMD will have FP8 support faster than NVIDIA gave Ada FP8 support in CUDA.
We'll see. This is the architecture. Again, we'll just cover it very briefly here. If you want the full whack, go over to chipsandcheese.com and get the article. An architecture built for gaming. This is RDNA4. This is the new core layout.
And the thing I would actually like to point out here is not something that's on this slide, but something that's missing from this slide, specifically the L1 cache. Now, if you remember RDNA1, a big change in the cache hierarchy was the addition of an L1 that sat between the cache in the CU, which is now the L0, and the L2 cache. RDNA2 added the infinity cache, and that cache hierarchy carried on with RDNA3. However, with RDNA4, that L1 cache is no longer a cache. It's now just an L1 buffer. It's a read-write buffer. The specific differences, I don't know specifically what's changed and what's different. I'm not positive. But what it does mean is that there has been a big cache hierarchy change, because that L1 is no longer a cache. It's now just a buffer. Caches are buffers, but not all buffers are caches.
It's not user selectable.
Yeah, you can see it in memory bandwidth benchmarks when you're running through the cache bandwidth. You can see the L1, but if you look at latency, it's not there. You just have the single L2 bump that carries all the way into the infinity cache. Again, if you want more details on that, my article and video are up. Yep. Here's the media engine, and it does look like they have massively improved it. And this is not just AMD saying it. This is independent reviewers like LGT, and I think Epos Vox as well, if I remember correctly. The AV1 with B frames, I think that support is coming. It's not out yet. It is in the latest AMF, but as always, the media stuff takes time, so we'll hopefully see that in the next OBS update. And
more than
FFmpeg.
50% performance uplift for AV1 and VP9.
That's
Sweet.
video playback, so that's low
Yes.
power playback, which is
one of the things they used to get chided on previously. Yep, so hardware flip queue support, image sharpening. Here's a more detailed look at the compute engine.
There is an error in this slide. There are no named buffers in RDNA4.
Okay. I think the key thing to point here is your shared memory across essentially two compute units. They did a bit of a mix here with just the ratio. No, but the ratios, I think they've adjusted, haven't they? Of the ALUs to the units. I thought
that's the same.
My bad.
Yeah. So if you go back just a little bit to the CU, essentially the thing that's changed here is all the stuff around the ALUs. Like the caches actually are the same, but the ray accelerators are different. The AI accelerators are different. The scalar unit is taking the same FP32 ops from RDNA 3.5. But yeah, the actual CU hasn't changed much.
I thought I thought the 64 ALUs used to be both FMA and integer.
Nope.
But now that
RDNA 3 was so those extra 32 ALUs are just FMA, just like in RDNA 3. They were just FMA as well.
Right. Try to remember stuff from the briefing, as always. Okay, so ray traced and path tracing. Here's the ray tracing acceleration. So they're using lower memory in ray tracing and also performance with some of the features. They support an 8-wide BVH stack for ray tracing. This was interesting. For some of this stuff for ray tracing, you have a bounding box around what needs to happen. And the problem before was that they couldn't do rotations on the bounding boxes. And so if you look at the top, you've got that red thin sliver. You've got everything is fixed to standard axial dimensions. But now when you can rotate, you can actually make that bounding box smaller, which decreases the memory required, but also improves the visual because it focuses on where it needs to go. So unique orientation per box node. And yeah, with the top box, you get lots of blank space in the compute. Out of order memory. Did you want to cover this very briefly?
Yeah. Sorry, my voice still is not quite at what it was. So I'm still partly recovering. But yeah, this I want to know more about. I suspect.
Explain what it is.
Well, that's part of my issue. So the way that I think it works is, if you guys know the Cortex A55, the ubiquitous in-order Cortex ARM core, that is an in-order core. So it the way that it works is that instructions are dealt with in order as A, B, C, D on the integer and FP side. However, A55 as well as the later A5 series cores can access memory out of order. It can absorb cache hit misses. And I believe that is what happens here. And that it can absorb cache misses of some amount. They have not said how many it can absorb, but
it also
yeah.
looks like it's an async dispatch of kernels.
Yes,
timestamp,
but that's
so-
that's not new.
No, but you can async dispatch, but you had to wait for the results on one before getting another, even if they were unrelated. Because as you
yes,
if you look on the right hand side of this slide, on the left hand side of the right hand side of the slide, you've got the strict ordering where you have to delay a hit because a miss has taken so long in a different wave, in a different set of threads. So if you can just accept the value of the hit on your wave X and then say, okay, let's go dispatch another one.
And let me be more precise in my meaning. A WGPU or CU can absorb cache misses. Historically, the way that GPUs dealt with missing of caches is just more work, more parallelism, more
You hide the latency.
hide the latency of the cache miss by just issuing more work. Well, if some workloads, specifically in this case for RDNA4 Ray Tracing, but also other compute workloads, what this is doing is it's optimizing for workloads that don't have a lot of parallelism and or are very divergent. That's what this is trying to optimize for. Yeah, so it's interesting. I don't fully understand it. I want to ask more questions. I want to know more.
Well, it's some requests will be long latency because something's unloaded from cache, and this just allows other work to get ahead of it if needed, so it can essentially go quiet and save power.
So, Joseph Bellas in chat says this out of order memory seems to me to not exploit instruction parallelism. The thing with GPUs is that they already exploit instruction level parallelism. This is exploiting or trying to exploit memory level parallelism. This is trying to reduce the it's trying to reduce the amount of it's latency reduction. That's what this is it's trying to absorb latency.
Like it's artificial delays are added, and it's trying to remove as many of those artificial delays as possible,
exactly,
just for memory ordering.
So I want to know more about how this system works, but unfortunately, this is probably not something that we're going to be able to really test, just because of how
the changes. So, we just got a dozen slides more or so. More Ray performance. The RDNA4 shader.
So this is interesting. There were, again, up above, there were also questions. Can the compiler prevent deadlock? And the answer is probably yes, it can, just by essentially giving it a time limit that you can only request registers for this amount of time, and then it has to be released.
Hang on, we have to explain what it is first.
So this allows is that it allows
so dynamic registers. If somebody's listening to this and not seeing it, let's explain it.
The way that it works is RDNA3 basically allocated registers in the worst case scenario. If the wave requested, let's say, 32 registers, it would give that 32 registers and then potentially some extra just in case. That's how the compiler worked. However, with RDNA4, the wave can go, hey, I only need 32. it will allocate 32, but then if the wave says, oh, I actually need more, it can then allocate extra registers, as far as I understand it. This is essentially a compiler level optimization. I don't know how much hardware is going on here. I think this is basically, if you read that sort of third line in the bullet points there, it very much sounds like compiler stuff.
Yeah, it's when you're doing ray tracing, you traverse a hierarchical structure. That's the BVH. And part of the issue is when you go down your ray tracing path, you have two parts of the compute. You have the traverse and the final shading. The point is those two parts need different amounts of registers. So if you can only allocate the registers you need for traverse during the traverse and allocate the registers you need for shading, it means you now have enough. If there's no compute pressure and you're only limited to register pressure, you can do more traversals in the same amount of time and then add on the registers you need for shading only when you've traversed and you're ready to shade. So what this is showing is on the top right, you've got RDNA3. The registers for traversal and shade are, as George said, allocated, as a block, and you get that for the lifetime of that traversal and shade. However, on the bottom, you can see that instead of having 3 colored lines, they have 4 colored lines, showing that you can do now 4 traversals at once with a fixed amount of registers. But as there are registers left over, the minute you need them for shading, you can then allocate those extra registers as needed and then deallocate them when not needed.
So in the chat, Joseph or Yusuf, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, does bring up the ISA documentation. Dynamically, to quote it, dynamically allocating VGPRs can lead to deadlock when all VGPRs or vector registers have been allocated, but every wave needs to allocate more registers to make progress. Hardware mitigates this with a mode that reserves just enough registers so that one wave can reach the maximum register allocation at all times. However, this doesn't prevent deadlocking when multiple waves require maximum allocation to progress. It's a trade-off.
Well, the idea is
that if multiple waves need maximum allocation to progress, then it's it's 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Well, if one wave can always allocate the maximum that it needs, the idea is that wave will always be able to complete. Yes. Therefore, when it completes, all of its registers will be freed, and the other waves can go in and take some of those registers. Waves probably not the right word, but
no, it is waves. Essentially what the hardware is doing is that it's always ensuring that forward progress can be made, but you do become limited if multiple waves need more registers than can be allocated. But the advantage here is, as shown, if you can add an extra wave or more work in flight, then you can get that benefit. Again, it's all trade-offs.
Most of the time, it means more work is done in the same amount of time.
Yes.
There is odd edge cases where the latency of finished work could take slightly longer.
Yes.
So
NVIDIA actually has something similar to this with that was added in Hopper and in Blackwell client. I would have to go check what exactly the name for that is, but there is a system similar to that with NVIDIA as well. And then here's the AI stuff.
Yeah, so the performance operations per compute unit in the different modes, and just roughly saying raw per compute unit performance, they're saying is 2x in standard diffusion with Procyon, which is a benchmark. Yeah,
I will say
it's a benchmark.
We've seen actually about 2x in stable diffusion from RDNA3 to RDNA4, not using Procyon, just using stable diffusion itself.
Cool. Yeah. And so we have some more benchmarks. Ray tracing versus path tracing. So ray tracing is the hack because we don't have enough compute power. Ray tracing tries to do it in a very compute intensive way, but get better results, but you need a lot of compute to do it. But the idea here is that even if you do one sample per pixel, this is the result of your path tracing. If you could have a number of AI algorithms to go on top of that, maybe you don't need 100 samples per pixel. You can just use an AI algorithm. So this is neural radiance caching, like neural radiance fields, like we addressed with the NVIDIA stuff a couple of Poutines ago. Add in some more functions and some super sampling and some denoising, and you get a fully path traced, quote unquote, scene, but with a bunch of AI on top, and you get a nice looking picture rather than spending 100x of the compute needed to do a fully path trace scene. And yep, that's the architecture for RDNA4. So did we have any questions at the end of this? Oh yeah.
Why no larger RDNA4 die?
Why is it only a 70 class, and why is there no
Yeah.
90 class or 80 class? And one could argue, hey, hang on, AMD's making more money now. Surely they can put resources in. I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of resource and ROI. I mean, I'll be honest, the way Jack came out pretty randomly saying we're focusing on, the middle of the market and are shunning the high end, that didn't sit too well with me, the way it came out.
Yeah. Him saying that it almost sounded like they couldn't make a bigger die, which is frankly horse.
No. Also, it sounded a bit poo-pooey on the bunch of the market that actually wants an 80 or 90 class chip. They could go build stuff. That's fine. The question is, do they see the ROI long term? Or is this something that they're saying, well, let's see how the 70 series performs first, and then if it makes sense, we'll do the last third of work we need to put a bigger chip over the line. AMD's gaming revenue hasn't been great these last few quarters, simply because most of their gaming revenue is split.
It's consoles.
Yeah, it's split between console. I'm just bringing up the numbers here. Yeah, so 3 years ago they were making $2 billion a quarter. That's now dropped by more than 2/3. So they're not selling GPUs. There was an argument that the previous generation weren't priced right for the market to absorb them. We were expecting this to be launched at CES, and we had a 2-month quote unquote delays. Some people believe that's in order to build up stock for launch. Some of it is, let's get the software right before we launch it. At which, to be honest, if the delay is less than 3 months, delay, get the software right, so the software works out of the box.
It does seem that these did sell well, so I wonder what we're going to see in the gaming sector for AMD in this quarter. Because in Q1, which what are those financial reports like? April,
we just had a bunch at the beginning of February, so another couple of months.
Yeah, so another 3 months or so. Okay,
2 months.
2 months. Sorry.
Yeah. So just to highlight this comment here, Bill's always said GPUs used to basically use up spare allocation, but because TSMC is full until 27, massive GPU dies are no longer economically viable as compared to more than 2 epics. That's wrong. TSMC does have the TSMC is full until 2027. Manufacturing is a lie. Full in packaging, advanced packaging, CoWoS S and CoWoS L for AI chips, a good chunk of that to 2026 is sold We are, yeah, probably mid 26. I believe there was a report saying that Nvidia's got already purchased 70%. No, TSMC is not full until 27. That just sounds ridiculous. Could you go and buy more wafers if you're prepared to spend? Yes. TSMC has this weird pricing structure, which unconfirmed, but essentially, if you're willing to pay more, they'll bump you up the queue. Right? So massive GPU dies are no longer economically viable. That's just a statement based on more advanced process nodes cost more per square millimeter for monolithic dies. Right? Yes, it would be great to have a chiplet-based version GPU with memory attached. The thing is, that's only seemed to have worked so far if you have in-package memory like the M3 Ultra or HBM, which is still an in-package memory. If we're going to go down the GDDR route, it has to be monolithic. And AMD could absolutely spend its wafers or buy more wafers for larger silicon. Question is, how are you going to package it? And yeah, the ROI for a company that has how much high-end market share in the 80 class GPU. But if they come out with the right product at the right price at the right time, I mean, this is still N4, TSMC N4. All of NVIDIA stuff is on N4, which is a N5 based process. The M3 Ultra is on a 3 nanometer process, like the M4. Yeah, and TSMC is adding 5 nanometer capacity, right, all the time. And yeah, you've got smartphone vendors competing over it as well. MediaTek.
At least for AMD, they're honestly probably their biggest supply constraint is going to be CoWoS. Specifically for MI300, like that's
Do I see CoWoS coming to a consumer GPU suit? No, it's too expensive. Does that mean we have to rethink how we're doing GPU design in order to get big? I mean, how big is the 5090 die? Is it
720, 700? It's over 700.
750.
750.
Yeah, and that's monolithic.
Yeah. It's actually pretty close to reticle limit.
Reticle limit's 850.
Yeah.
And with the physical defect rate, your yield is still only like 65% for a die that size. Add in some parametric binning.
Yeah.
And you might be down to 50.
You mean
so if you,
because parametric binning?
No.
Oh, does it drive it
parametric
down?
Parametric binning is well, okay. If you're harvesting dies for other stuff, then it goes up. But but for the top SKU, it goes down.
Well, I mean, the 5090 has what is that? 20. My brain is wanting to say 22 SMs disabled, and I forget how much cache. I think a quarter of the L2 is disabled.
GPUs benefit from the fact that they can recover through parametric, but you also have other things that you can't recover from. So yeah, you have to think for a company that's selling. It's I've gone off the comment now, but it's no longer economically viable. Sounds like it will cost too much. No, it's the flip side. It's they can make more doing other stuff.
Yeah, it's flip it around. It's AMD can make more by selling 2 epics than they could selling 3 or however much N4 silicon equivalent a RDNA 4 GPU is.
No longer economically viable sounds like there's no point mining on GPUs because you spend too much power compared to the Bitcoin you get, right? It's no, yes, it's the other way around. It's a good point to consider. Do we have enough supply chain? And then we get into the conversation. Well, what if China invades Taiwan? And yeah, that's just a rabbit hole we probably shouldn't go down this episode.
No, we have other things to cover.
Yeah, and so even though we're an hour into the main show, let's go straight into the next topic, which is the main topic.
Yep.
So Bolt Graphics announces the Zeus, and yeah.
So okay.
Let me start here. So a new company startup called Bolt Graphics has officially come out of stealth to showcase their design idea for a new line of graphics processors and accelerators. Using RISC-V, the new design is focusing on rendering and HPC performance first, and will eventually look to gaming. So the best way to think about this, George and I have been through these slides because we got briefing by the company and the NDA, came out last week. We've spoken at length to each other about it, about what we think about it.
Yeah.
And also the comparisons that can be made with other things in the industry that people are familiar with. The best way to position this is a chip that is focused on rendering and high performance compute first. When I spoke to the CEO 2 years ago, I think was the first time I met up with him. He said, imagine if you took a general purpose GPU today, and all singing, all dancing, and you cut out all the general purpose crap and made it focus on the stuff it was really originally designed for, graphics. The idea's evolved since then, sure. But this is an announcement. And I'll preface this by saying it's an announcement of a future product. And because this is startup land, it's a far future product. But as a company, they wanted to build some mind share and just showcase what they're planning to do.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of interesting points to talk about here that's different to how we would normally consider stuff.
Yeah.
Which brings up questions.
So
that George and I are going to discuss.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
Just before we get started, what I will say is there was good reasons why GPUs became general purpose.
Yeah.
And I think try to strip some of that out is folly. Let me put it that way.
It depends on the size of market you're going after. I mean, in the pre-show, we saw silicon that nobody else is going to see that might end up in 10,000 switches, but still cost how much to make and build and package. So, it's identifying the need in the market. For those of you who have seen some of my silicon presentations, I sometimes speak about a chip called Anton 3, which is a dedicated ASIC for molecular dynamics built by a research company headed up by a hedge fund manager who also happens to be a biochemist. And because he's made his billions, he said, let's go build a chip to make molecular dynamics 100x faster than the world's best supercomputer in only 500 chips. And they have, and they're on their 3rd generation. So stuff like that exists. This is a slide deck for anybody from Bolt Graphics watching that I've cut to only the stuff that we can show. There was a good amount of information that we can't show directly.
Actually, the full press deck was actually made available on the internet. You can find it,
but we can talk about it just so we're not breaking anything.
Yeah.
Put it up so we can talk about it. So this is Zeus. It's a GPU designed for HPC, making it a GPU, but not. If that makes sense. They wanted to redesign the GPU to essentially cover exactly what people need. And if you're looking at this image, and we're using it in the background for the Poutine today, there are a few things that immediately pop out as big WTFs. Number one is that there are 2 PCIe fingers. Perhaps suggesting you could put it. No, I'll explain why. But you may initially think, oh, maybe I can put it the other way around. There is an 8-pin power connector here, so you can't. The top fingers for chip-to-chip connectivity, like an SLI bridge. Also, there is both LPDDR memory and SODIMM memory.
Yeah.
Which is a slightly confusing part of this design, but we'll go into it, go into the questions that we have. So yeah, but Bulk Graphics, like I say, they're a startup. They've been a startup for, I think, 4 years now, maybe a bit longer, but the nature is that you spend some time in stealth and then you come out of stealth and now you come out of stealth. So they already have investors at some level. They already have interested parties at a number of levels. And they're saying that the interested parties here are in the rendering, gaming, and HPC space. It's mainly those outside 2 to begin with. But the middle 2 is important.
Or the middle 1.
The middle 1, yes. Yeah. There's gaming and there's gaming.
Yeah.
So path tracing, this is kind of what we covered a little bit on the AMD. The better way to do ray tracing, essentially. And this last point here, legacy GPUs don't have the performance needed to compute enough rays for real-time path tracing. AMD and NVIDIA's answer would be, if you have the right AI models, you don't need to path trace everything at 100 rays per pixel.
Yeah.
Zeus's argument is, if I'm Pixar, yes, I do.
Yeah. Pixar
this is Disney. Yeah.
So if you guys remember Intel Ponte Vecchio also had ray tracing units. And there were some folks that looked into using it for stuff like this. What I will say is, even though these numbers seem very big, you're still going to need stuff like denoising. 100 pixels samples per pixel still isn't enough. Or rays per pixel, excuse me.
But if this is just simply something that produces an output, the denoise is nothing in cost compared to. And the example they move here is simply Disney animation, right? Pixar, we just mentioned Pixar. Disney. No, this looks like it was before Pixar. This video that they've got here, but yeah, it's video effects in film and video need a lot of attention. So, one thing to state here is, if anybody's worked in any graphics or architecture, you'll have something called a rendered view and a live view. And the live view is what you work with. So this is literally as you're rotating the scene and making sure that everything's right, you need that to be as real time as possible. Your rendered view is when you say go to render farm and it takes 8 hours for a frame. But the thing is, you can't do that in live view, because if it takes 8 hours to render a live view, then you can't work. So their argument here is that legacy GPUs don't provide a good enough real-time experience for all the features that you need. If you need something in a live view to even run at 15 frames a second versus 8 hours for a full render, with Zeus, you can get much nearer the full render in the live view because of their accelerated hardware. And, you know, the last sentence here, it leaves out critical visual information like lighting effects for smoke, fire, physical materials, all the stuff that requires lots of compute. In live view, it's very hard to do that at a reasonable frame rate. So, what other? Yeah, so rendering. So, this is just simply, can we path trace a scene? They're saying here that their performance is 2.5 times better than a 5090 today. That's one card versus one card. I assume that also scales. But they will have... so one C here doesn't mean one core, it means one chip.
Mhm.
So you have a 1-chip version, a 2-chip version, a 4-chip version. We'll get to those later. And the thing they want to, so real-time path tracing, this at 4K with 20 bounces at 30 FPS, it says you need 280 RTX 5090s. That to do it natively. Again, not using upscaling and frame generation techniques. You can do it with 28 GPUs. So that's a 10-to-1 reduction. Even though they just said the performance is a 2.5-to-1, theoretically, they're plotting that it's going to be a 10-to-1. Actually, I'm on the wrong slide deck. My side for a second. So, yeah. Let's see here. So, in film rendering, a single frame typically is 4 hours to render on the 64 CPU cores. Now, one of the reasons why a CPU might be used is that if you're doing 100 rays per pixel or more or whatever, you need more precision in your ray. And because modern GPUs now shun 64-bit precision and 32-bit precision, you're actually losing quality as well. So you end up doing it on a CPU because the CPU guarantees full 64-bit.
Also more memory. Simple.
Yeah.
You get you can fit 6 terabytes into a modern data center CPU. So
they say here that 4 hours is actually a conservative estimate. On one latest production, they spent 50 hours rendering per frame on CPUs. A typical film might have, 24 FPS, 90 minutes, is 130,000 frames. With 1,000 nodes, so 64,000 CPU cores, that takes 500 hours to render at 4 hours per frame. But that's only one iteration. If you have to go back and update stuff, or things didn't work, or you change the lighting, you then have to start it over and over and over again. So the quote they have here is, attempting to render even a fraction of one city block in Big Hero 6 animated film in an existing ray-traced renderer exceeded the 64 gigabytes physical memory limit of our systems at the time, and we estimated our need to be perhaps an order of magnitude greater. So lots of memory, lots of compute.
So here's the thing. Big Hero 6 came out a decade ago.
Yeah. And it's only gotten worse since then.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. We've gotten bigger systems, but we've also are doing more. So yeah.
And I'll go back to the thing with working view because it is a rendering workload. Digital twins, the big thing that's right now in, get a 1-to-1 recreation of your factory and optimize for it. If you need to, architects, advertising, we all hate renders of CPUs. Well, what if you had CPU renders faster?
Well, what if you just use the same Intel CPU for decades?
Yeah. So but before we get into some of this stuff, one of my notes here say most gaming GPUs ray tracing budget is less than 8 samples per pixel. I mean, we saw what AMD can do with 1 plus features, but if you're doing it natively, with Bolt's hardware, you can do over 100 samples. They don't say exactly how much, but they want to drive down development cost of producing games and animated titles and video effects, and they will have gaming benchmarks by the end of this year. So let's go on to software. Glowstick. So this is their path tracer. So this is what will be built into Blender and Maya and 3ds Max and Unreal and maybe even Unity or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your viewport renderer, which is called Glowstick. They also have material libraries, just like any other render, asset storage. They're going to be implementing industry standards for those material libraries. The big one is OpenUSD, Universal something designer. If I remember, every time I see it, I think it's a crypto coin.
I think it's
OpenUSD.
Universal Studio Designer.
Scene descriptor. Sorry, Universal Scene descriptor.
Scene descriptor. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. For some reason, I see it because GTC is next week, and there's a lot of talks there, and some of them mention OpenUSD. I'm like, huh? There's an NVIDIA talking about crypto? Oh no, it's gaming. It's gaming, or it's rendering.
US dollar, don't you know?
Yeah, just as bad as Tether. Yeah, and so their focus on software right now pretty much is let's just get a real-time path tracer. So all sorts of features. I won't go into many of these. People who know what they mean can go into deeper. They want it to be flexible, supporting a bunch of stuff. Also, run as a networked service. So you can call a network farm of Zeus cards rather than having it directly in your device. Development tooling is currently on Linux with x86 and Windows coming soon. So and they already have alpha builds to show what they can do. And the point here is that if you have this scene at the top and you want to add curtains or change the color of something or change the position of lighting, and you want to do that and get a good idea of what the final render would be like, this is what they're doing. Do we have any other notes here? Yeah, software is going to be free. There's going to be a texture library, textures with over 16K resolution. The texture library itself will have a commercial use license. They will initially have 5,000 textures, but they're going to scale to hundreds of thousands over the next few years. And the 100 rays per pixel is on the 4 chip version. Right now, they say that the 50, or take the 4090, that can do 4 rays per pixel now. The 1 chip Zeus will do 25, technically 25.7, but. And then we get into HPC. So this stuff, finite element modeling, finite difference, time difference modeling, thermal, protein folding, fluid dynamics, all that lovely stuff we consider. And turns out some of this stuff needs rendering as well. If you have something that's 3 trillion cells, did you know you can't fit 3 trillion cells into the graphics memory to render it properly?
So if you want a little bit of my background with simulations, I did some astrophysical simulations in college, and essentially what we had to do was slice the workload up and then submit to the GPU, and then return, submit a new slice, return, submit a new slice, return, and all that.
Yeah. But the point here is that simulations, they're everywhere in the industry. So you may think, oh, this is research. Can you imagine how much Boeing, Airbus, Lockheed Martin need aerospace fluids, medical devices, EMI? How many medical teams need, MRI and all sorts of other stuff, aerodynamics? There's weather. The point is, most people need more cores, more clock, and more machines. And right now, there's a push in HPC to, can we do this with reduced precision? Right? Bulk graphics solution is, well, why not just support the full 64-bit pipeline? The precision everybody is used for.
Yeah.
And so their point here is that we just support 64-bit natively. So none of this, packed 8-bit for AI stuff. AI is a potential dream in the future for these guys. They want to focus mostly on rendering and HPC. And for that, you need a full registered pipeline. So this is a pre-silicon performance number. It's not theoretical peak, as I understand it. This is literally
theoretical peak.
Oh, this is theoretical peak.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that this is theoretical peak. Which
yeah. Out of these simulations, I just want to highlight things that to do with electromagnetic interference or electromagnetism. So you have the top two. You also have things like radar, LiDAR, again, aerospace, the antennae. These are a very special set of equations, which Bolt is going to focus on for their first HPC software package. And as a result, they're saying that they can get 300x performance over Blackwell 200. On this,
I'm gonna put very heavy X to doubt on a 300x number. I find, yeah.
If they've got an accelerator that does this type of math very well, and they've been able to configure the hardware. You remember when I said Anton does molecular dynamics 100x faster than the top supercomputers with 100x less chips?
Yes, but Anton does that one thing.
Yeah.
This is not trying to do one thing.
So yeah, that's why it's only 300 and not 10,000x. And also Anton does it at a lower frequency with less memory bandwidth. It's that sort of thing. It's either they've come up with something that's really interesting in hardware to do this, or they've got an algorithmic breakthrough to do this.
Or
which they
this is you're cherry picking a result,
or it's synthetic.
Yeah. Well, it is synthetic.
Okay. Right. I will cherry pick a result for you. Imagine you had a 3.8 billion cell situation.
Yeah.
And you can fit it into memory. And you try and compute it on a chip that can't fit it into memory, and you're 300x faster.
Yeah.
As long as the benchmark is just simply not out of bounds memory, and knowing what I know about the team enough, they won't be doing that. But their idea
I don't know,
is
because okay. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm wondering how they're getting the scaling. Also, apparently, my camera has decided that it doesn't want to work. Let me Oh, it's okay. 1 second. Technical difficulty.
You have to disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, it's so one thing here is that they're optimizing their simulation software stack for industry HPC workloads, radar detection, absorption systems, silicon photonics, CT scanners, and of course electromagnetic interference in PCBs and electronics. And what's funny here is that they gave us a bunch of quotes, one of which is to do with the software IR Labs uses for their photonic simulation. And the point is that if you're developing, say, co-packaged photonics, that is an EM problem. And it would be great if you could simulate it faster. More, 3.8 billion cells. What part of the system are you simulating? So,
well, okay. So in the notes, it talks about how they did all these benchmarks. And I'm really wondering how they're extrapolating out these numbers.
So part of the thing is they say that this sort of simulation, because it also requires 64-bit, you usually do it on CPUs anyway, not GPUs. but they're 300 times better than a GPU. And there's no also with GPUs, do they support full IEEE 64-bit, or do they do some funky stuff internally?
They claim 64-bit. They claim IEEE 752. If you go up one slide,
yeah.
So yeah, they claim IEEE 754 FP64 support.
Yeah.
The second you say 300x, that
it's very rare for somebody to claim 300x over NVIDIA in a HPC workload, unless it's a workload that isn't ported to GPUs for a very specific reason.
Yeah.
So, and they have some demos, none of which I can play back exactly on this, but electronic wave simulation. This is the sort of stuff that goes on. This is a Fourier transform, frequency domain versus density on EMI, electronic waves in photonics crystals. So let's go on to the architecture, which is a high-level architecture for the stuff we normally talk about, but that's because the timeline, we'll get to the timeline for this, but there's a reason why they're only talking about it this high.
So, let's go into the slide. Highly scalable clusters, scalar CPU core, RVA 23, and it's out of order. The scalar core is out of order. And they point out high single thread performance. Now, Ian, why would a GPU need, or a GPU adjacent processor need, high single thread performance?
Either you need a lot more control over your work schedule for the accelerators on the chip, or there is enough work that isn't able to be done by the accelerators that you would need a standard core to do.
There's also a third.
To run an OS.
Okay, fourth, but yes. We'll get to that no, Larrabee.
So that falls under my point 3. If you want to run it as a host.
Yeah. Now, if you, something that has me a bit on edge is, why is there, what's their interconnect setup?
So the way I want to pitch this is, their chip is essentially a big many core array.
Yes.
Which is what, and the way they've done it is, in that array, you obviously have regions, and each region has a router. It has a core and it has an accelerator. Which sounds very much like Xeon Phi. Or Larrabee, as George said.
Yeah.
What you have here is a many core chip. So say for example, it has 40 cores, but each core has a massive set of accelerators behind it. Right? What makes a host different to a device is that a host, you would run an OS on it. A device is something that you would access over a PCI bus or an Infinity or a UA link or whatever. So the way this is designed is primarily as the latter. There are instances where this could be in a host environment, though how much that is on the cards, we're not sure yet. But the whole point is, rather than having a unified scheduler for the whole chip, like a GPU, you dispatch work to CPU cores like a CPU would, and then the CPU manages its own accelerator and how to commute with other cores around it for sharing work, doing broadcasts, things like this. Here we have a RISC-V core, which is what the slide says is the RVA23. And on it, you can either have, or it will be designed with vector ALUs through RVV 1.0, the RISC-V vector extension standard. But there will also be custom extensions enabled in the core to go to other accelerators like matrix extension or all the other different sorts of accelerators we're seeing today. And the point is, you can adjust from a chip design perspective. If you adjust what's in the accelerator set, you can do different things. And I think part of the thing here is that if in the future they wanted to do very specific, focused chips for different verticals, for different markets, by changing the accelerators, or if a company wants to come in and say, hey, we're called Pixar and we designed some acceleration IP, or we're called Raytheon and we want to do stuff that you're not allowed to tell anybody about, but we designed some IP to do it fast. Can we attach it to your cluster in the accelerator through the custom extensions? And so this is what this is. And so if you want to say Xeon Phi, if you want to say Larrabee, it looks a lot like that. But then you could also say, what is tens torrents design if it's not a series of scalar cores that power accelerators, and then you have more cores to do with networking, right? It's
so kind of.
There's a lot of designs that go down that route that don't have a unified global scheduler.
Yes. But so
this is also a not to scale diagram.
Yeah.
I should point out that the accelerator part is actually most of the cluster.
Yeah.
Or the cache.
The accelerator and or the vector.
Cache.
Yeah. And the vector, the accelerator, the cache should be the largest three, and the scalar should be probably the smallest.
Yeah.
But okay, let's talk about this a little bit more. RVV 1.0, and then the part that worries me, what do they mean by with slight modifications?
So the slight modifications are the bolt extensions.
But that's another dash point. Bolt extensions for other accelerators is a separate.
Yeah, no, I think it's meant it will support the base RVV 1.0 and additional stuff on top of that. That additional stuff includes the bolt extensions.
Okay.
It may not be just the bolt. The point is that they hit a minimum standard for the instruction set, and then on top they have custom instructions, some of which will still continue to go through the vector engine. Some of which may go through the accelerators, or they may just simply have this was written in RVV, but we have an accelerator that does it faster. So let's catch it and then send it to the rename it and send it to the accelerator instead.
Also, they are not disclosing all of their accelerators.
No,
which.
The accelerator is custom. I can't remember if the core itself is custom, if the RVA23 is custom.
The RVA23 core is a license design.
But they've worked with the company to modify it as they need it.
I don't know.
Well, they have to get custom extensions.
Well, so for example, Sci-5 allows you to essentially add a custom accelerator onto the end of. That's what Google TPU uses. Google TPU is a lot of X280 cores with their accelerator bolted onto the side of it. They could be doing something similar like that.
Just to confirm with Will, it is RVV 1.0 compliant, as in it will support all the RVV 1.0 instructions. It will just have more on top.
Yeah.
Or they'll have an instruction that takes in a third operand, and yet the standard only supports 2 or something, like a mask set.
Yeah. Another thing that worries me is they're saying router for efficient offloaded data movement. Does that imply a mesh? Are we dealing with...
The diagram implies a mesh.
I don't know. Like, my gut says that a mesh for a system like this may not have enough bandwidth.
Well, that's why you have a router, so you don't end up overloading. Well, it's all about managing data.
I mean, Intel has a router on it. Their mesh stop, like
Yeah.
But you wouldn't use that mesh in a modern Xeon Phi. It's not like, look at SPR Sapphire Rapids HBM. It was limited by its mesh fabric.
Mm-hmm. Go look at 1,000 different AI chips and tell me which ones don't use a mesh fabric across multiple cores. I'll give you Grok.
But my point
Tenstar has a mesh fabric. Samanova has a mesh fabric.
Yeah.
Cerebrus has a mesh fabric. Mesh fabric is the industry standard when you're dealing with a many-core system.
But
the question is, how smart is it to...
But not a GPU. That's you wouldn't use a mesh for a GPU. And if you say it's not a GPU, but that's what they're positioning it as.
Yes, but no other GPU has a many-core design except Larrabee, Xeon Phi. I think you're reading too much into this because of your experience with that one chip. Meshes are pretty standard, and it's all about how you route around congested nodes. And
sure,
there are smarts in that, and I mean, look at any FPGA, look at any NPU. It's all mesh.
FPGAs, I don't think are meshes.
Yeah, they are. Inside the array, they are.
No. Okay, I'll take your word for it because I don't know enough about FPGAs.
I've written enough about meshes. So I'll open out one point here. Zeus dedicates less area on floating point ALUs, so the vector stuff, more area on high performance accelerators. So, as we were saying before, accelerator is the big one. So let's keep going.
Yeah.
So this is the higher level. You have a chiplet. The chiplet has the video out. It also has the memory. We'll get into the memory in a second. It has an I/O chiplet, which will have management control. So BMC. That'll probably be an A-Speed AST 2600.
It's a BMC. You may be able to run Linux on it.
We've already discussed it can be a host.
Yeah.
So
well, that's down, but yeah, no, it can't be, which does make this more interesting in the fact that
a host is a host.
Yeah,
but it's going to have 400 gig Ethernet. It's going to have 2 lots of PCIe Gen 5x16. That's going to be your chip-to-chip interconnect. And then, yeah, we'll get to the memory in a second. But this is the one chiplet version. We have a 2 chiplet version, which does the same thing, but you now have a 768 gigabytes per second link. I don't think I ever spoke to them about what the packaging is on that.
So they say standard packaging. They
would right
not,
to keep costs down. Yes,
they would not clarify what that meant.
So unlikely to be interposer based.
Yeah, which limits you to higher or lower density shoreline.
But if your shoreline is big enough, you can. For comparison, the M3 Ultra is 20 terabit per second, or 2.5 terabytes per second. This is a quarter of that, or less than yeah.
Not necessarily.
A third of it.
So, well, no. So, one, we don't know what if the Apple number is bidirectional or not. We don't know if that's 2.5 terabytes total or 2.5 terabytes in each direction.
Fair.
Whereas for Bolt, I did ask this, and that is the unidirectional speed. So your total bandwidth is 1.5 terabytes per second between the two chiplets in this
okay.
system.
Yeah. So the chiplet to the IO chiplet, is that 512?
It's 512.
Okay. And this is the 4 chiplet version. The 4 chiplet version, you have slightly reduced connection, just like a 2 QPI versus 3 QPI config in Intel CPUs. Though I believe this is a more unique design that won't be on a PCIe card. This is more like
no. I think
its
this
own
is probably going to be on like a big massive LGA like the Cisco thing that I showed earlier.
Or it's going to be its own motherboard built in. So yeah. So the SKUs. This is the first. Actually, no.
Also, I will point out that there is only one HDMI and one DisplayPort out for this version of the chip, or this first generation.
Hang on. So the 2 and the 4 chip version have 400 gigabit Ethernet. 400 or 856s.
Yeah.
The 4 chip version will have 800 gigabit Ethernet, and it'll have 4 of them. So the point is that this is something more that is in a server that you can scale out, whereas the 1 chip and the 2 chip are more for put it in your system as a PCIe card. I actually have some notes here. As you said, standard packaging, lower cost, PHY beachfront density. It is UCIe between chiplets and 10 nanoseconds chip to chip. That's router to router, so that includes the conversion. It doesn't say what power it's consuming. The PCIe Gen 5, so the ones down at the bottom here, they can be configured to be CXL. They'll be CXL 3.0. And it also says that they can be Ethernet as well, which makes you feel like there's an Ethernet MAC on the IO chiplet.
So on if you go back to the big chip, or even the big chip, the one with 800G. I wonder if there's a DPU accelerator, because trying to do 800G of Ethernet, like something like ROCm or was that I forget what the R is, but converged Ethernet. That's not an easy protocol to do on a standard like CPU core, especially at 800G. So I would imagine that there has to be a DPU accelerator somewhere, whether that's in the IO chip or on a core, I don't know. But if there isn't at the very least something doing checksums, there has to be something like that in here.
Because that in itself is a workload that needs to be accelerated, security and stuff as well. I will point out that the memory here for the one chip and 2 chip is this mixed memory, the LPDDR5 and DDR5 32 plus 128. The 2 chip version will support up to 64 LPDDR5, and then the 4 chiplet will support 512 gig DDR5. Again, we'll get into that in a second. I'm just still going through my notes here. This is the current generation. They're saying next generation, they're going for 3D packaging and maybe even co-packaged optics. The cores in the architecture are, as we said, FP64 native. They will support packed 32-bit and packed 16-bit. if you have a workload that can take advantage of that.
So there's additional slides. There's actually an error in the slide. It's not when I clarified with them, it's not 32, it's 64. So if you go down, when they talk about the specs,
I don't have it in this. Or you mean on the SKU list?
Yeah, the SKU list. SKU list has
Oh,
it.
I still want to go through some of the architecture stuff before we get to that. So let's get into the memory. It is a bit weird having.
Yeah.
It looks like it's tiers of memory. So in this case, you have meant to be the higher bandwidth LPDDR5X.
It is tier of memory. It is tiered memory. And
you have the 90 gigs. So it's multiple, right? This can either be the base configuration is that it's a unified memory space.
Yes.
So you the chip won't it will assign memory addresses to the DDR5X, to the LPDDR and the regular DDR. The thing is, from a programming point of view, you will have to ensure that the memory address you put something into is either the fast or the low latency or high bandwidth. Those are your two options. Or if you're smart, you can pull from both and get combined bandwidth.
Yeah.
But that is still being designed. So, because the instant I thought would be like HBM in an Optane system. You have different cache levels, and in an Intel system, you could have a unified memory mode, or you could have a tiered memory mode, or you could have a user configurable memory mode. The team at Bulk Graphics, or at least the people I've spoken to, seem to know about this, though exactly how it's going to be configured in hardware or at boot time, they're still undecided which route they're going to go down explicitly. But a unified memory address mode is right now expected to be the base.
So Will Killian, friend of CNC, says they could call it near/far like Knight's Landing, which was the Xeon Phi product.
Yes.
I asked about this. They don't have a mode like that. I asked if they support a flat memory mode, or tiered memory, which could cause.
Yeah, it's the compiler is going to have to know which memory is which.
Yeah, which could cause some issues.
But the reason they've done this is because DDR5 is higher capacity but slow. LPDDR5 is high bandwidth but low capacity. And in order to get the best of both worlds, I mean, the point the minute you go up to the big 4 chip version and you get half a terabyte of DDR5, is if you're smart with the software, as in their EM compiler, once it gets up and running, it's going to pull as much as it can from the LPDDR. The question is whether it can transfer stuff from the DDR to the LPDDR at low power in case it needs to prepare for something.
At low power, like your power is going to be your power. Like a data transfer is going to be a data transfer from DDR5. Like there's
but it depends whether it requires a core or whether you can just do it through the memory controller. Because like an effective DMA.
Yeah, that would be a good question to ask.
So one of the things that actually came out of DeepSeek, that Laurie Wired actually did a video on this, is that DeepSeek, one of the things was, hey, it does super low power stuff, and it turns out they actually have some not undocumented PTX instructions, but less commonly used. And one of the ones they did is that during certain parts of the operation, you need a certain amount of data in L1. But every so often, you do need some data that's going to be in L2.
Yeah.
Right. So they set a memory, they assigned a set of data to be L2 only. So it wouldn't ever kick anything out of L1 when it was needed. How a normal chip works is if you need something and it's not found in L1, you go find it in L2. So you grab it from L2, but as you do that, it then loads that memory into L1 in case you need it soon. Right? So essentially this was the don't use anything in this memory region to kick out L1. But the thing is, you can extrapolate that to a near and a far memory concept almost.
Yeah. This memory setup makes me how effective will their compiler be at actually drawing from both pools of memory at the same time?
It's going to be very compiler driven.
Yeah.
But the point is, this is an accelerator that's going to go in and support Blender or a HPC type software. So the point is, it's going to be pretty much transparent to the user. The only people who are going to care about that are the people building the software for it. If you're a design house like a Pixar or DreamWorks or whatever, you're just using the software you're using. You're not manually tweaking where the memory is going for every frame you're rendering. That's a compiler's job, and you've already got a team working on the compiler, or that's a bulk graphics problem. So, So that's the memory issue in a nutshell. They didn't want to go GDDR because of the cost. Didn't want to go HBM because of the cost and capacity.
HBM I can understand. GDDR, I think, honestly, I don't know.
So apparently, GDDR was not used because of cost. Apparently, it's 4 times the cost to use GDDR7 per gigabyte.
7, sure, but what about 6?
I also think that there's some good correlation between what's in a DDR5 and LPDDR5 memory controller.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at AMD's APUs or Intel's APUs, CPUs. They share PHYs.
Yeah. So, and to your point, native Ethernet with ROCm V2, it uses
it's RDMA over converged Ethernet. That's what it is. I forgot what the R. I always forget the R.
And do you know what RDMA stands for?
Remote data. No,
memory execution or something.
Yeah, but yeah, it's RDMA over.
So, ROCm is a nested acronym.
Yes.
So it's ROCe for those not aware. So, okay, let's get into the SKUs. So this is the same picture, but reversed, just so you can see the back. And you see, 2 SODIMMs, 4 DDR, LPDDR, and then you got your 2 fingers. Standard 8-pin power PCIe. I'm not sure if that's the 12 volt or if that's just
that's just standard PCIe. I think that could also be EPS 12 volt.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So the single chiplet here, 120 watts, and they're saying FP64 is 5 teraflops versus the 5080, which is 0.8. So you're looking at a good 7x there. And then if you really want to go down and do matrix in Tate, there's 614 teraops of that. More on chip cache, memory. So this is what they've done here is they've combined both the capacity and the performance and the bandwidth, which is a little sneaky. But as you can see, the bandwidth is a lot lower, but the capacity is a lot higher. So the trade-off. But if you know what your data flow is going to be, the thing is the GPU has to do lots of things. The Bolt Zeus, if you're doing rendering, is just going to do, or is just doing ray tracing. It's just going to do ray tracing or path tracing. So, yeah, and hence the 77 gigarrays versus 17, which is a good 4x, 4 to 5x. And then your I/O, you have the Ethernet there. This is the 2-core version, depending on how much memory you want on the LPDDR5. Again, they've literally just been scaling up. And then you've got the 4-core version. Oh, it's monolithic. Oh, sorry, mono-packaged. So yeah, if you hold up that chip again, George. I know you've put it away like 3 times now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's obviously not what if it's going to have 4-core chiplets and 2 I/O chiplets inside, it's obviously not going to be monolithic like that. At 500 watts, that's a bit of a stretch for air cooled as well. So hence why it's going to be in its own liquid cooled, system. Yeah. So you can see the silicon, you can see the shim. It's going to be something big like that. Actually, to be honest, now, MediaTek, when they showed me that, they said that is the biggest package TSMC could make 3 years ago. 95 mil by 95 mil. So not biggest silicon, biggest
Package.
The PCB itself. So this might be bigger than that. So it might be relying on cutting edge TSMC technology. But they still want to make they still want this to be cheaper than 4 5090s, essentially.
So actually, if you go back to the SKU list, to these numbers for the. So now I asked their numbers for the matrix numbers, and what they said was these numbers that you see are not with sparsity. These are the non-sparse numbers. However, they do support sparsity. However, if you go and you look at the 5090 numbers, that's a sparsity number for the FP8. The data sheet says for sparsity 1676. And what's odd is if you go back up, the 5080 numbers also make no sense. Like they're not pulled out of the NVIDIA spec sheet, which is weird. So yeah, I don't quite know where they're getting the matrix numbers from. Somebody may have just mistyped. But what I would like to cover is if you go back to the 2C, I believe it's the 2C. Or even the 4C, the memory subsystem, this is claiming more FP16 matrix ops than MI300A with a quarter of the bandwidth.
Theoretical peak tops, not real world. Also,
sure,
this isn't an AI chip.
Not an AI chip, and you have this much matrix in it.
No, that's just what it supports because they know they will need to support it in a future architecture. So if you can get it right now, if it doesn't work, turn it off. If you can implement stuff now, even though it's not ideal, if it's not the ideal situation for that, if it works, it works, and then you can go use it in the future. So seriously, I mean, stuff gets pulled in a lot, right? And this just might be a feature that's pulled in. Or
I
it's
don't
there
know.
just because it's there because they have to support it for RVV. I don't know.
RVV doesn't have matrix units.
There you go. So it's a custom thing. Maybe they have a customer that has a very specific use case where they're compute bound and not memory bound. Anyway, we do have a software stack for people who are wondering. We spoke about Glowstick. The EM simulator is Apollo. As I said, that's going to be like one package, and the company's going to be working on more. They are looking at Vulkan and DirectX drivers, though it's not the main concern right now. Essentially, they just need plugins to renderers and game engines. So here's an example use case. 2 PCIe cards, connected together over either the 400 gig connection or Ethernet. And it pulls the memory. 4 cards in a system, which you can happily see a Linux box somewhere doing that, and then you just have a 400 gig switch. Who does a 4-port 400 gig switch?
No one.
No one.
No one does a 400G 4-port switch.
Oh, could you imagine? Or you have the still take the same PCIe cards, but put them in 2U servers. So you have 80. Oh no, this is the 4 core. So you have 80 lots of 4 chip in a rack. And they say that it 44 kilowatts for the rack. So the point here is that if you are rendering, or if you're providing offload live view access to your staff, you might have a few of these, and they say you can do live view over Ethernet. That's what they want to do. So you have access to a bank of compute, basically. And here's the timeline. And I think this is. Do I have anything more to say here? That the LPDDR5X that number may go up in terms of bandwidth because they're working on higher performance memory support. Same with the DDR5. They're not gonna support LP cam or LP cam because it's not mass market yet. They're also not going to support MR DIMMs or Mr. DIMMs.
I think technically it would be MR DIMMs, not Mr. I think Mr. DIMMs is Intel.
Yeah, or MCR or whatever they're calling it these days. So hang on. The Ethernet ports, the 800 gig ones, support 10 kilometer connection.
Yeah,
if you really need it. Support porting Vulkan and DirectX applications will require significant investment, and so partnerships will need to take place. They'll have an LLVM compiler for scalar vector accelerator code.
And I did ask them about this. They are going to upstream their contributions. So that is good.
Especially for the RISC-V stuff. So initially, they're going to be porting popular x86 code to their platform, for the renderers. They say they're going to have an auto vectorization engine. Those don't work often in practice, so we'll see how that goes. And so here we have usage scenarios, and then so this is a public timeline, the slide. So we just had the public launch and announcement. Software, so people can start playing around with it in Q4. Hardware will start coming in 18 months. So they did you ask about this? This is in your question list, wasn't it?
So I asked about the dev kits.
So
and
It depends what you define as a dev kit.
It sounds like it's mostly going to be FPGAs.
Yeah.
And I'm going to root back to that. So in their slides, for all their performance slides, they used an FPGA to model their architecture.
Which is what everybody does.
Yeah. My question is, how are they extrapolating their performance? And on specifically the FPGA that they're using, it's a Xilinx FPGA, and it's an HBM equipped.
Is it the VU19P? Do you know?
No. It's the U50. So they say it in the slides. It's the Alveo U50, which is not one of AMD's largest.
It's not high performance FPGA. No.
Well, it is, but it's not one of their big boys. It's not one of the big, massive ones that cost however much money.
Yeah.
But the Xilinx U50 uses HBM, but doesn't have an external facing memory interface by default.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how they're testing their intermemory communication.
It supports C6.
But like, are they having to use some of their FPGA space for memory, for like DDR5 memory PHY, and like testing?
Maybe.
But then that begs the question of, okay, if you're doing that, then how are you extrapolating out your performance? Because
so it has 872,000 logic cells.
Yep.
Which means it can only do 220,000 transistors. So this may just be the accelerator. The whole point of the dev kit, even if it is an FPGA card, is simply, does the software work? Not, is it performant? So
yes, but I don't. My thing is, okay, so you have this FPGA with, I think it's like 350 gigabytes of memory bandwidth.
300, but yes.
300, whatever. About the same as the card itself. But if you're only modeling, let's say, 2 cores, how are you extrapolating out to, let's say they have 32 cores? Are you just doing a linear extrapolation? Because that doesn't work.
Well, you just said it's all synthetic, so.
But that's my point, is that it's you're having to extrapolate that performance out. How are you doing it, especially to get that 300x number? Like, do you see what I mean?
It's the whole simulation is a art.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it's almost more art than it is science.
Yes. So you know what you can do on FPGA, and you have power accurate FPGA, you have cycle accurate simulation. But the point is, and part of silicon verification is, because I've spoken to this with a couple of companies, even if you have your chip in FPGA or a part, what is more likely a part of a chip, right? An IP block. This is doing is simulating an IP block. But even with the big FPGAs, even with the racks and racks of FPGAs, you need to simulate a Xeon or an EPYC, right? As you're bringing it up, you get the simulation to a point where you can run an operating system on the soft IP in your FPGA stack, and it might be only running at 50 megahertz. So yeah, okay, it takes an hour and a half to boot up, but you can check if your software works. And so this might just be that. So okay, the memory performance is going to be lopsided because you've got 8 gigabytes of HBM that can go directly into the accelerator at 300 gigabytes per second. Okay, that's great. That's not going to happen all the time, and the latency is going to be different. And so you work on what you know the scaling factors to be. And if you're smart, you give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, so you don't assume anything's linear. You assume a best case, and if you know how a workload scales, especially if you've profiled a workload, right? You can also profile a workload running on your FPGA.
Yeah.
And if you've got 30 years experience in how to model this stuff, it's difficult. It's beyond our pay grade.
Sure, but like I'm thinking, so let's say you have 2 cores running at, let's say, 100 megahertz. You can't just do a linear extrapolation up to, let's say, 2 gigahertz and 32 cores.
Did they say they did a linear extrapolation?
No, but
so why are you assuming they did? Are they going to tell you if they did or not?
Can't
no,
do that. Like,
yeah, but you have no evidence that they did.
Correct. But
so why panties in a twist?
Because it doesn't
something doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't. There are things that doesn't feel right.
I think you've been burned by other companies offering FPGAs as tests.
If you're talking about, it's not that. Like, I understand that basically everyone uses FPGAs. Like, I get that. But like, their claims just feel wrong.
We won't know the results until Q3 or Q4 2026. 18 months away. Until then, their main priority is, does the software work? You've met with Positron AI?
Yes.
So you know their chip is an FPGA?
Yes.
It's probably actually the Alveo U50 or something similar.
I think they're actually using Altera. So
Altera, whatever.
Yeah.
You met with Denoisha as well.
Name sounds vaguely familiar.
They were a couple up from D-Matrix.
Ah, yes.
So that was a chip at supercomputing saying we do database management or something with LLMs and whatever. That is also an FPGA. Did you know that?
D-Matrix is an FPGA.
No, not D-Matrix, Denoisha.
No, I haven't met with them.
They were 2 booths down from D-Matrix. And you just said, yeah.
I said the name sounds familiar, but then you said D-Matrix, and I thought you were talking about D-Matrix people.
No. They were literally 2 booths away from D-Matrix at supercomputing.
No, I don't think I did talk to them. The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't remember talking to them.
They had the big red booth that was a bit further up the hall. But yes, they again, these are those are companies that are shipping FPGAs as product.
Yeah.
Right. Bolt's not doing that. They're just shipping FPGAs as dev kits to make sure the software works. Just like Grayskull and Wormhole aren't the full fat chips that actually get used in production. Just to make sure software works. It's more related to what the final stuff is going to be. There's a scale here.
I don't know. It's not just the whole FPGA thing. It's
George hates FPGAs.
No, I don't. Like, they have a point in the market. Like, I understand that. I get that. But I don't. My gut says that my gut needs more information. That's
Well, so we're going to see them at GTC next week.
Yeah.
Gonna go see some demos.
I'm gonna go on Wednesday.
Yeah. And yeah.
And Will has a point here. Wormhole is real hardware.
Yes. Yes,
like
Wormhole hasn't been launched.
And Dom, I'm not anti-FPGA. Just the claims
he's making a joke. They're 18.
I know,
they're 12 months minimum away from tape out. So, so these guys will be at GDC as well, but we will be. That's the Game Developers Conference, but we will be at GTC.
Yeah, which is NVIDIA's conference,
Graphics Technology Conference, which is the same week, just different parts of San Francisco. One's in San Jose, and the other one's downtown San Francisco.
Yeah.
So I actually got my schedule through from NVIDIA about that today, so that's good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and sign up on our website to be first in line when the Access program goes live and get exclusive merch. The good thing about Bolt is that their CEO Darwesh, he's I think he's somewhere between our ages. I think he's in his early to mid 30s. Mid 30s.
I think he, if I remember correctly, he's like early 30s or even late 20s.
Yeah, but so he gets it.
Yeah,
but he's also leveraging support, which is good. And yeah, that's the end of the presentation. And this is what they're going to use as their example for the rendering, pretty much, for the first batch of this media push, whatever. Is that the fact that this is a very complex design with shadows, with fur, lots of different materials here, and this is essentially they're going to be building their reference graphics around this, and they work directly with proper video effects artists to do it. So this is good, and that's pretty much the end of the presentation. The follow-up questions I had here were what? So building a GPU is hard, isn't it?
Yes.
Intel found that out. Even if you have the IP, scaling it is hard. Isn't this just Larrabee?
Well, what's funny is there's Inspire Sebe, who's quite literally building a RISC-V Phi, which I find hilarious. But
RISC-V
this Xeon Phi.
Oh, okay. Not PHY, but PHI. Yes.
Yeah, PHI. But it does kind of feel like a many-core architecture in the spirit of Larrabee and or Xeon Phi.
But you could say that Xeon Phi was partially hamstrung by the low performance cores it was paired with, and the almost predefined IP of the AVX 512 unit and process nodes at the time, and just a number of Intel things internally maybe as well. Whereas this is one of the good things about startups is that they can be fresh with ideas. So that's good. Can a startup really wow the market in this, though, given the embeddedness of NVIDIA and AMD? And I think
I'm going to say, considering the struggle Intel has had, and they're not new to graphics. Now, they are new to the DGPU market, but they're not new to graphics. They've been in the graphics market for decades.
But they wanted to be in line with AMD and NVIDIA. They wanted feature and performance parity on everything that they did.
Because that's
these
what you
guys
need.
That's what you need if it's a gaming GPU, and that's why I think a startup works. If you can narrow your focus enough to
Mhm.
provide innovation, as long as there's still a market there, this works. And you mentioned it earlier, and I had it in my notes, or maybe I saw it in the comments. Something PhysX. Does this feel like a PhysX card, something that you put in your system alongside your GPU that helps? And
I don't know.
realistically, that's where I think if a consumer wants this, or a prosumer who does VFX, who
Mhm.
does rendering, or does HPC,
Mhm.
yeah, they're going to have something like a Arc A310 or a dual slot card or something, a 4060, whatever.
Yeah.
Then they're going to stick this in as well. The problem is consumer systems don't really do two GPU slots anymore.
No.
Which is a pain in
Well,
the butt.
so speaking of that, so I'm gonna see if I can get Darwesh to agree that if I can drag Jeff from Craft Computing to the demo,
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
because I can see a market in the home lab. I want to play with this toy, assuming that the toy is not too expensive. Market.
Yeah,
I think
it probably is.
potentially what they've said in terms of pricing is
Mhm.
at least similar enough to a big DGPU. So for some home labbers, it may not be that much of a stretch if they want something new to try their hand at.
No, it's going to be performance per dollar competitive with Nvidia.
Yeah, that
But if you're 3x Nvidia, your price only needs to be 2.5x.
sure, but like regardless,
I mean, yeah, Jeff will go along.
yeah.
Realistically, I don't think it would necessarily be for that market. No, not unless their media engines were better. And I don't think the media engines are a major focus here.
Something that they could get into is virtualization, VDI.
Again, but you're virtualizing what exactly? I don't think there's a workload in the home lab environment that needs rendering or HPC to this scale.
No, but there is a market for like.
If it was a gaming device, maybe, but it's not a gaming device, not this first gen anyway. Not a serious gaming device, not until they have a full Vulkan and DirectX software stack. And
I mean, on their video, they were asking for what games should they try to support.
yes, and it will be a case by case basis. So it's the just to address a point here. I said PhysX, and PhysX was ultimately bought by Nvidia, and then it turns out you didn't need a dedicated hardware to do it. You can, and they essentially ported the library to a GPU, and it worked fine. And then at the physics itself was a fixed workload, and as generations of GPU got better, it became a smaller and smaller part of the workload. Then they went and broke 32-bit with the 50 series, but that's here or there. The thing is, imagine this was just a ray tracing card or a path tracing card, right? Nvidia already has path tracing, ray tracing hardware, but they don't have enough of it to do what these guys want to do. That's why it would still remain an add-in card, whereas PhysX was consumed. But the thing is path tracing a fixed workload? Technically, yeah. Unfortunately, that fixed level is way beyond what any GPU could do today.
Yeah.
So in 30 years, could it be a fraction of a GPU like PhysX is today? Sure. If we get perfect scaling 30 years down the line.
Potentially. Like,
potentially.
Yeah. So, okay, let's sort of round off back to one of our first things. first topics, which was RDNA4. Now, if you guys remember Imagination and their levels of RT, like I can't remember, but their levels of RT. Technically, RDNA. Oh, I see. Kitty cat. Is that a purring kitty cat?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Not sure if you can hear.
Yeah, no, I can.
Go on, just speak more about RDNA4. She wants to hear.
As the cat's purring. No, so
sorry, that's distracting me too much.
I completely lost my train of thought. So
ooh, squirrel.
ooh, kitty cat. No, but technically RDNA4, just like RDNA2 and RDNA3, on IMG's kind of dumb level RT levels, is technically level 2.
Out of how many levels?
5.
Oh, so it's like self-driving.
Or yeah, it's 4 or 5. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But Blackwell and Intel are like 3.5. But this, while not quite at the same level, can in general keep up with IDA and the 5070, but that's a different story. In path tracing, is specifically Cyberpunk 2077 path tracing. And in standard RT, it does pretty well. Now, we've seen before a dedicated ray tracing accelerator from Imagination.
Yes.
11 years ago? Called Wizard?
I saw it in Mobile World Congress 2014. It showed off 300 million rays per frame. So I think at 1080p, that's what, 150 rays per pixel?
Something like that.
Yeah, on an ASIC that they said was 5 watts. But the color depth, I think, was really limited. I think the scene they were showing off was low color. It may have been 32,000 color.
But that never really went anywhere. Like
for multiple reasons, one of them being Imagination.
Yes, but my point is that we've seen this approach before, and we've seen multiple different versions of RT hardware. And
so the benefit here is that they're not going after a singular market. That's why HPC is a focus. Now, I think ultimately the end goal is that, yes, they do have a GPU that is a gaming GPU that also does things like GPU stuff. That is comparable to an AMD and NVIDIA on the market. I don't think that's the goal this generation or next generation, though, to be honest, because of the work required.
Okay, so to swap back to HPC, look at our numbers for MI300X versus MI300A. MI300A has 75% the FP ALUs as 64 ALUs as MI300X, but it performs nearly the same. Actually, in some cases, it can perform slightly faster.
It was more 80% in a lot of cases, rather than 75%.
No, it was like in our testing, it was equal.
No, I went back over that testing, and most of it is better than 3. It's better than 3/4, but it's not. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Yeah, but point is that you're mostly memory bandwidth bound, and if you compare Bolt to MI300A in terms of flops per memory bandwidth or flops per bit, MI300A wins, especially if you can't access the DDR5 at the same time in the compiler can't optimize for that workload.
It's going to be compiler magic.
That's another thing that drives me up the wall.
Did you do any EM simulation?
No, I did particle simulation for basically simulate a protoplanetary disk and trying to figure out how a planet would form based on different particles and different materials that a particle is made out of. Stuff like that.
I mean, that's a Monte Carlo simulation, isn't it?
Yeah, it's MC.
Yeah, which is in its rawest form is completely memory bandwidth independent.
Yes.
So it's a pure compute workload that doesn't matter what your memory subsystem is.
In theory, yes, but yeah,
it depends how many particles you scale and how much you're detecting the collisions, if at all. In some circumstances, in a lot of circumstances, you don't need to consider collisions.
Actually, for us, collisions were very, very important because you have to figure out collisions and then how big are particles getting, and then how does gravity affect, because it's planet formation. So that's what we were doing.
Yeah. Whereas when I did it, it was point particles essentially that didn't interact with each other.
Yeah.
Because you had trillions of them.
Yeah. Well, we had in the hundreds of billions, but it was more than that.
I also did it 16 years ago, so yeah, it's I mean, these guys aren't a client of mine on any level yet. I say yet. I am hopeful. So I'm interested to see what they can do. I mean, they're also not the only company that's trying to build a card for HPC.
Next Silicon is for example.
Yeah. And they're also going down the same route of how much of the silicon can we focus on being specifically for the acceleration part, right? Except they're doing it in a more dynamic way. So yeah, I like some disruption to the status quo, even if it makes one thing better. Now, will they make money? We'll see.
Like, do I hope that there is a fourth player in the GPU, DGPU market? Yes. But
is it going to be Qualcomm?
Probably not. But I don't know. My gut says that
I don't think we know enough about the company, really. And we'll find more out next week.
Agreed.
Crunchbase. Yeah. Crunchbase has just changed all their metrics and stuff. Yeah, so they haven't done a proper funding round yet.
Interesting.
I mean, they've done a seed round publicly.
How much was the seed round for?
Seed rounds are very rarely publicized. How much?
I don't know enough about the whole funding stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. But we'll see. And
we've been going for 3 hours already.
3 hours, yeah. And we still got one more topic in the first hour to discuss.
We could skip that.
Yeah, we can come to it next time. I am going to do a mid-roll here. Let's just cover that.
Mid-roll.
If you've enjoyed us talking about bulk graphics and Apple and AMD, then please do like and subscribe, both here on the channel, and you can go over to Chips and Cheese either the website or the YouTube channel. Links are in the description. Go check them out and go like and subscribe over there and give us a follow. If you do wish to support the channel financially, then we do read out super chats that are suitable to read out on the air, or you can head over to shop.techtechpotato.com. I do have some merch here because the stickers are proving quite popular. The stickers, the mugs, and the long sleeve T-shirt I actually wore on my day out to Mobile World Congress last week, and that was pretty cool because it had the logo identifier there. Yeah, and so that's fun. We do need to put some more merch in the store for sure. Get some more designs. We'll work on that. But yeah, if you do enjoy, then please go head on over there. We also have Patreon, both George and I. If you subscribe to the TechTechPotato Patreon, you do get access to the Discord channel, where George and I hang out over there. We speak about latest research in chips and some of the conceptual stuff. It's very well worth going over and having a look. It's been a lot more active recently, especially. So
something I need to do is get a button-down shirt with the CNC logo on it.
It's next week at GTC. Have you met the Tyrius guys? Jim McGregor?
Yes.
Yeah.
They all wear purple. I know that.
Francis Sadeko. Yeah, no, they have sewn in shirts. So yeah, we've also got some. I will say this, there is some events coming up in the next month, and we will actually have event specific merch coming out. Stuff George doesn't even know. So
interesting.
Yeah, we'll see that when it happens. I actually need to have a call with somebody about that. But yeah, no, thank you all for watching. But we do have a quick rundown. I think we'll have some tech briefs. Yeah. Or tech boxes, whatever you're into. But Paul from Paul's Hardware calls them tech briefs. We should call them tech boxes just to.
So we have a super chat from Dragon Balls D. With Battlemage limping in the footsteps of Alchemist, is it fair to say Intel FizzDes engineers are denser than their transistors?
He's
honestly,
doing it again.
I quite like Battlemage.
Battlemage has been a success.
Yeah, I think Battlemage has been pretty good.
It may not have made them much or any money, but it's been a success.
Yeah, it's done a lot to sort of refactor, for lack of a better term, Intel's image in the DGPU space.
I mean, it helps launching a GPU in a part of the market that's been underserved for many years.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least 5.
Yeah. So
yeah, I really like B580 as a card.
Okay, so tech boxes. There's I wanted to cover some fab stuff. We put it in a thumbnail, so let's cover the fab stuff. Let's, if I can share this tab and go over to the sharing. Trump and TSMC announced $100 billion plan to build 5 new US factories. Trump wasn't really doing one to. I don't know. So this is on March 3rd. There was this is actually something that should have happened back in November, but TSMC, because this is also coinciding with some of the groundbreaking stuff that's happening in Arizona, where TSMC's building its fabs. They were meant to do like an opening ceremony, whatever, or we're at this stage, but because Trump won the election in November, it was put on pause for political reasons, as in this is a potential win here for the commander-in-chief. So let's pause it until a time where he is ready and he can take the win. I mean, it's very blatant and very transparent that that's what they were going to do. This is what this is, and nobody seemed to realize that's what it was. But on top of that, rather than just saying, full steam ahead, TSMC decided to make an additional commitment. This is of $100 billion directly in the US, which includes 5 additional chip facilities. Not all of those are fabs. There's an R&D center, and I think it actually adjusts some of the previously announced stuff. But there are 2 things on this. One, it's an additional 100 billion. So they'd already committed 65 to foundry on US soil. So this brings that total up to 165. 2, this doesn't have any timeline attached to it. So it could be 100 billion in 100 years. So if we go through the article, this is on Reuters. I'll dump the link into chat. So the chief executive, C.C. Wei, who I think is like 87 or something now, met Trump at the White House. It's a matter of national security. They've been fully transparent that they want chips made and designed in the US, even if where they're made is foreign owned. Last April, TSMC aims to expand planned US investment by 25 to 65 and add a 3rd Arizona factory by 2030. TSMC did not give a time frame for the new investments, so they might as well be half.
Well, they're saying 40,000 construction jobs over the next 4 years. That, to me, sounds like it's $100 billion in the next decade.
Yeah. Depending on how things go. Construction on its first Arizona plant was plagued by delays, with the company eventually starting chip production in 2024, as in initial ramping, not production.
Well, apparently Apple and AMD are getting chips from the Arizona fab.
Already?
Yes.
Not test chips, not production chips.
No, production. I'm pretty sure that they were talking about production chips.
But part of the problem is that aren't these fabs mostly staffed by Taiwanese anyway? Because in Asia, particularly in China and in Taiwan, there's this concept of 996. So 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. So normally in the West we say 9 to 5, 5 days a week. For them, it's 9 to 9, 6 days a week. And the number of US workers willing to do that in Phoenix is so low, or they're already tied up with other fabs in the area. Ignore for the second the power and water requirements, because we're assuming that, just assume they're sorted for now and just focus on this. There's also Taiwan has said they will never make their most leading edge node outside of the US.
Apparently that has now been rescinded.
Right. I mean, has it been rescinded or has it been rescinded?
I don't know. They apparently retracted that or something, if I remember correctly.
And the Taiwan company could also play a central role in saving rival Intel, based on fake rumors last month. Good job, Reuters. Well done. Trump administration officials met Wayne York about taking a majority stake in a joint venture into a part of a deal. A source familiar with the matter said, Intel did not respond to questions about the meetings. No one did. There's a reason for that. Frank Yeary was doing rounds. In February, Apple said it would invest $500 billion in the next 4 years, although much of that was routine spending. SoftBank has promised multi-billion-dollar investments. Taiwan's cabinet said on Tuesday it would review the investment in line which require government approval for large overseas investment, especially because they get a lot of tax breaks. TSMC also agreed to use its most advanced chip technology, A16, in Arizona. Okay. N2 by 28. So N2 would already be launched in Taiwan by then. By about a
N2 should
year.
be, in theory, launching end of this year.
Or ramping end of this year.
Yeah.
So the TSMC does have part of the CHIPS Act. They have a $6.6 billion subsidy.
Mm-hmm.
The $100 billion unveiled on Monday will be eligible for a 25% manufacturing tax credit, the same one that Intel has.
Yeah.
And so far they've received 1.5 billion in CHIPS Act money. I actually have an article coming out on More about the CHIPS Act and where the money is going. The downside is that recently Doge has fired a bunch of CHIPS Act people, specifically the ones tasked with determining where the money should go and distributing it. So
I will not comment further because I will start ranting for the next hour.
Yeah, so that's 100 billion in fabs. The other fab stuff is
Intel fab news is delays of the Ohio fab build out.
Yeah, so we've covered on the channel before and on the Tech Poutine about Intel's Ohio build out. So this is new facilities, new silicon corridor, I believe they're calling it, around Silicon Valley, Silicon Corridor. This is in New Albany, Ohio, in construction since 2022. But the point is you have to construct a shell, and the shell can sit there for a decade. Then you have to fill it with equipment, and then you have to use the equipment. But the minute you fill it with equipment, that's really a start. What they've basically said is we're going to finish the shell and leave it a shell for a while. In much more prettier language. So last quarter, the basement level of the fab was completed. So that's a sub fab. The work on the above ground structure is underway. And because of investment and because we want to align the start of production of our fabs with the needs of our business, as in revenue go up, build more. With that in mind, we're adjusting the timeline for our 2 Ohio fabs. Specifically, we now plan to complete construction of Mod 1, so the first part of the first fab in 2030. Intel calls them mods. So D1X in Oregon has just completed Mod 3, or completed it like a year ago now. And then, so begin operations between 30 and 31. So begin operations and then ramp to production probably in 32. And for Mod 2, just add another year. This is part of being a fiscally responsive Intel. And they're going to call the area is called Ohio 1, as opposed to Ohio Mod. Yeah, and they like to put out the numbers. They are already training Ohioans in Arizona about fab stuff. So in no way does this diminish our long-term commitment to Ohio. Continue to scale our hiring as we approach our operational dates. And yeah.
Do you notice a missing person from the appreciative support?
What, Gelsinger?
Nope. No.
Trump.
No. One down.
Musk.
No.
Vance.
Yes.
Based on what Vance said in France at the AI summit. Yeah. Mind you, they were spending a lot of their time speaking about was it Gina Romano in the Biden administration?
Yeah.
She was the big proponent of Intel doing well, and she was invited to a lot of Intel events to talk about it. But this is the B-roll from January about the construction. So this is a massive site.
Yeah.
As you might imagine. So yeah,
how big is the Micron plant in New York? Because that
Pass.
thing's huge.
Pass. Don't know. And one more bit of fab news. Again, another Reuters link. Intel says its high-NA ASML machines are in production with positive results. Stephen, that's a terrible headline. That's not what they said. So with these machines, whether it's the regular EUV or the high-NA or any others, you install it, you then dial in the settings, and especially with the high-NA EUV machine, you're building it, and you're like a month behind where ASML is internally. So as they complete their R&D projects on their internal machine, they then say, this works. And then somebody at Oregon says, okay, let's implement that. And so you're almost in lockstep with what the research is doing. Because normally the way when you build a product is you research the product, you then learn to build it, then you learn to build it at scale, and then you sell it. What they're doing here is they're researching and building it while one of their clients has one. And so you're doing this in lockstep. And so as part of that build out, as part of the tuning, as part of the testing, you run test wafers. So last year, for example, they announced that they could do 8 nanometer half line widths for transistors, which is a milestone because nobody's ever done it that small before. So they did it in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Excuse me. Sorry. Let's Intel's announced their CEO.
Oh, breaking news!
Breaking news. Let's get a banner up. Let me get the link. Intel appoints Lip-Bu Jensen as CEO.
Oh my god. Okay. Interesting. Oh boy. Okay.
When did this come on the wire? Oh, I literally got it at 1:15.
Oh, so breaking news. Okay.
Literally breaking news. So let's read through. Because some of you might not know who Lip-Bu is. Intel today announced that its board of directors has appointed Lip-Bu Jensen, an accomplished technology leader with deep semiconductor industry experience, as CEO, effective March 18th, so next week. He succeeds interim CEOs David Zisner and Michelle Johnson-Hothouse. Tan will rejoin the Intel board of directors after stepping down from the board in August 2024. Zisner will remain CFO and EVP.
Mm-hmm.
And Johnson-Hothouse will remain CEO of Intel Products, which we all kind of already knew. Actually, let's change the background to, let's show Intel chip in the background. Frank D. Yeary, who took the role of interim executive chair of the board during the search for new CEO, will revert to being the independent chair of the board upon Tan becoming CEO. Lip-Bu is an exceptional leader whose technology industry experience, deep relationships across the product and foundry ecosystems, and proven track record of creating shareholder value is exactly what Intel needs in its next CEO, Yeary said. Throughout his long and distinguished career, he has earned a reputation as an innovator who put customers at the heart of everything he does, delivers differentiated solutions to win in the market, and builds high-performance cultures to achieve success. Like many across the industry, I have worked closely with Lip-Bu in the past and have seen firsthand how his relentless attention to customers drives innovation and success. Yeary continued. We are delighted to have Lip-Bu as our CEO as we work to accelerate our turnaround and capitalize on the significant growth opportunities ahead. On his appointment, Tan said, I'm honored to join Intel as CEO. I have tremendous respect and admiration for this iconic company, and I see significant opportunities to remake our business in ways that serve our customers better and create value for our shareholders. Intel has a powerful and differentiated computing platform, a vast customer install base, and a robust manufacturing footprint that is getting stronger by the day as we rebuild our process technology roadmap. Tan continued. I'm eager to join the company and build upon the work the entire Intel team has been doing to position our business for the future. Yuri added, on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank Dave and Michelle for their steadfast leadership as interim co-CEOs. Their discipline and focus have been a source of stability as we continue the work needed to deliver better execution, rebuild product leadership, advance our founder strategy, and begin to regain investor confidence. Tan is a long-time industry investor and widely respected executive with more than 20 years of semiconductor and software experiences, as well as deep relationships across Intel's ecosystem. He formerly served as CEO of Cadence Design Systems from 2009 to 2021, where he led a reinvention of the company and drove a cultural transformation centered on customer-centric innovation. During his time as CEO, Cadence more than doubled its revenue, expanded operating margins, and delivered a stock price appreciation of more than 200%. Tan served as a member of the Cadence board of directors for 19 years, from his appointment in 2004 through his service as executive chairman from 21 to 23, following his tenure as CEO. Also a founding managing partner of Walden Catalyst Ventures and chairman of Walden International. He has significant public company board experience, currently serving on the boards of Credo Technology Group, interesting, and Schneider Electric. Tan holds a BS in physics from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, an MS in nuclear engineering from MIT, and an MBA at the University of San Francisco. In 2022, he received the Robert Noyce Award, the Semiconductor Industry Association's highest honor.
So okay, do you want to talk about the...
I'm going to... You go ahead. I'm going to go tweet.
Okay. So Lip-Bu Tan previously was on the board of Intel. He left in in August 2024. Now, why he stepped away from the board is unclear. If I remember correctly, there's speculation that I believe the chair of the board, was it Yuri, was going around Washington trying to sell parts of Intel, essentially break it up. And that Lip-Bu Tan found out, resigned his position, and then Gelsinger essentially said either stop this or I quit, and then Gelsinger resigned. I expect Yuri to be leaving the board if that is in fact what happened.
So yes, as far as I understand it, Lip-Bu became frustrated with what was happening, and that's why he left. I'm actually going to start a poll. Is Lip-Bu Tan the right man for Intel? It's... Oh, this has changed. Can I do it here?
I didn't think it was gonna. So Dragon Balls D in the chat says, I thought for sure it was gonna be Thomas Caulfield. I didn't think it was gonna be Thomas.
After I spoke with Global Foundries, I didn't think it was gonna be Thomas as well. But so he... Where is my... I have too many tabs open right now. That's my problem.
Yeah, I know that problem.
So, as far as I understand it, yes, he left in basically annoyance. The day after he left was the Global Foundries Tech Summit. And because Tom Caulfield was ill, or he was addressing something family related, he stepped in last minute to deliver the keynote. And some comedic jabs were made at Intel's expense. Though obviously he didn't answer any questions on it. So yes, CEO of Cadence, of an EDA, and for those of you who don't know what Cadence is one of the two main companies that design software that you use to build chips. They also design a lot of IP. So being the CEO of Cadence for so long means that you do have a background in the semiconductor industry, in chip design, in how to manage IP and in that customer base. I mean, Cadence has a wide portfolio. They not only build their own custom, not only build their own racks to model chips on for their software, but again, like I say, extensive IP catalog. His background, though, is a lot more manufacturing and PDKs, definitely on the Intel Foundry side. And given what they said when Pat was fired, the fact that they wanted the company to be more product focused, but arguably the same with Tom, it's definitely not a B2C product focused person.
No.
Right? It's not an Intel Core, it's not a graphics.
Yeah.
It's definitely a foundry play. But ultimately, we know that foundry is where most of Intel's revenue, or most of Intel's good margin is going to come from long term. If foundry doesn't work, Intel doesn't work. So given that, yes, he is a good employee. The fact that he's, founding manager partner of Walden, investment, means that he has kept tabs on what's happening in the industry extensively throughout AI, throughout foundry. He has more fingers in more pies than most people. His appointment at Intel may reduce that amount of pies. Some may turn into quiche.
Yep.
Or calzones. Whatever.
It really makes me wonder under what circumstances Lip-Bu Jensen left and then Gelsinger left to then have another more foundry focused person enter as CEO. Like,
well, so yeah. So if we make the assumption that Lip-Bu left because of some amount of stupid infighting, or he found out what Yuri was trying to do, then Pat left because he was, he got the job essentially saying, I've got a plan, let's execute. I want to execute the way I want to, and the board agreed. And at some point, the board of non-semi people turned around and said, no, you have to do this, and he refused. So they said, either you do it or you're fired, and he said, so I'm gone. Then in order for, if that's true, and there's very little corroborating evidence to say that much of that is true, if Lip-Bu is back, then I can only imagine that there will be some agreement in place that some members of the board may no longer be there in time. I mean, there may be a grace period. It may be 3 months. It may be a year. They did bring on 2 semi people as on the board, ex-CEO of Microchip, if I remember correctly, and somebody else. The names and escapes me. If we go over to Lip-Bu's wiki page, right. So okay, Malaysian born but American, 65 years old. Intel doesn't have a limit on CEO ages anymore. As we said before, he has a BSc, a master's at MIT, and an MBA. He's still the executive chair of Cadence. Let's see. Physics, nuclear engineering. He began his PhD in nuclear engineering at MIT. However, after the 3 Mile Island accident, he left to do an MBA. And what's being restarted because people need power? 3 Mile Island. So at Walden, 20 mil grew to 2 bill in investment funding. Investments in Ambarella, Creative, S3 Graphics, and Synacorp. For Tan's breakthrough investments in Asian tech startups, Forbes dubs Tan the pioneer of Asian VC. So he went to the board of directors of Cadence and then co-CEO interim in 2008. That's an unfortunate name.
Yeah.
The Cadence board formally named Tan president and CEO effective 2009. Under Tan's leadership, Cadence grew its net worth in 3 years to 1.3 billion. Expanded Shanghai office. Purchased Tensilica. That's a smart investment. They've definitely made their money back.
Indeed.
Yeah. Nathan says the man had no E or chip design background at all. He doesn't need it. Right, management experience, managing a semi, knowing how to invest in a semi, seeing what works in a semi. Sure, Pat invested, but did Pat only ever worked at 2 companies? So, board memberships. So he's currently on the boards of HPE, Schneider, SoftBank, and has served on the boards of Ambarella, Flextronics, Infi, Mindtree, SMIC, a couple others, Committee of 100. And this hasn't been updated yet. So, and then, yeah, received the Robert Noyce Award. I thought he would have achieved more awards than that. It's Cadence history looks more like an acquisition hedge fund. If you're good at what you do,
yeah,
you acquire what you don't have.
Yeah.
Right. So take Infi, for example, acquired by Marvell. Right. For what, 8 billion, 8.2 billion, and they do high-speed optoelectronics, right? Custom silicon that transformed that part of the market. The CEO at the time is now CEO of Lattice Semi. So, you know, a lot of these people do. It's a small industry at the end of the day.
Yeah. Also, not wrong, Dom, but ouch, that hurts.
Who?
So
me or my cat?
No, it's me or you, I think. Yeah, yeah. Because scooters.tv.com said George should be CEO, which no, I shouldn't. But
you be CEO for a week and then you can retire. I wasn't expecting this news today, especially when we were on stream. Last time, yeah, I meant both of your cats. Last time there was a CEO check. Well, when Pat left, do you remember me saying, "Now, Poutine,
yes,
now"?
Yeah, it was that happened at like 5 a.m. my time.
Yeah,
I was like not fully awake.
So I do have, so because I'm an analyst with Intel, I do get a list of highlighted points you may wish to talk about if interviewed by media. about so yeah, this has come through. Tan is an exceptional executive who brings technology industry expertise, deep relationships within the ecosystem, and a proven track record of creating shareholder value. As Intel to Intel as the company accelerates its turnaround. There's nothing much to disagree with that. He does have deep eco relationships in the technology ecosystem.
Yep.
I mean, being an executive at an EDA company, I don't know how deeper you really want to be.
Yeah, I was going to say the only person deeper probably was the person you interviewed from Synopsys, whose name I cannot remember at this point in time, who retired.
Art2JS.
Yeah, JS.
Yeah. And he was CEO of Synopsys for what, 28 years, if I remember correctly, maybe a bit longer than that, maybe 37. But yeah, so it's and he's kept it up through the boards he's in. Yeah, and he knows Intel's ecosystem very well, having been on the board of directors for Intel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So other points, Intel is focusing on re-establishing Intel products as a world-class products company and establishing Foundry as a world-class foundry. Customers are at the center of everything Intel does. When they win, we win. Focus on customers and innovation will be the catalysts needed to accelerate Intel's turnaround and capitalize on growth opportunities. Intel has a critically important role to play in the domestic and global technology ecosystems. Lip-Bu and the team are committed to taking actions that delight our customers, strengthen our competitive position, and empower our people. So we knew that Intel needed an American CEO. Anything else would have been impossible.
Yeah.
I bet you he has a massive golden hello.
Oh, yeah. Well, does he actually even need a golden pillow?
A golden hello?
Oh, yeah. I thought you said pillow. But yeah, does he even need a golden hello?
No.
Like, honestly, does he need one?
Probably not. But, or either that or it's a combination of factors. Now, conspiracy time. What if Lip-Bu leaving was a precursor to him getting affairs in order to become CEO?
Maybe, but Pat, I don't know. Pat,
I don't know.
The way he did.
I don't know much about Pat's relationship with Lip-Bu. I think that may be a key part here. But
well, I mean, in my opinion, so Lip-Bu stepped down in August 24, was named CEO in March, so that's what,
6-7 months. But don't forget, Lip-Bu leaving was one of the reasons for September's big board meeting, the 3-day publicized board meeting.
Yeah.
Right, where they essentially had to realign. They took the time to comb over every piece of the company, and even then, Pat still left 3 months later. And it was abrupt.
Yeah, to me, if this was Lip-Bu, if this was Pat handing the reins to Lip-Bu, then it wouldn't make sense for him to leave that abruptly.
Well, no, I think the fact he left abruptly was orthogonal. Right? It exigent circumstances from Pat's perspective. But they would have been searching immediately, and they normally in this position, you turn around and think, well, who would be a good CEO? So you have outreach and inreach, inbound and outbound, right? And I fully expect that Lip-Bu would be an outbound offer, right? As in, they reached out to him and saying, "Hey, we need a CEO."
Yeah.
The fact that he is Malaysian-born may have benefits for any cross-continental agreement. He knows what a PDK is.
Yeah.
And how and undoubtedly probably understands the metrics needed in a PDK to make it successful.
Yeah.
If Intel were to start doing co-ownership of Foundry with TSMC and some sort of partnership agreement, then he would be best poised to do that compared to a Tom Caulfield. Actually, I believe I saw this tweet today. Do you know Dan Neistat?
Yes.
Who I believe works for Dylan now.
Yes.
He posted 16 hours ago. Again, this is another Reuters thing. TSMC has pitched an Intel Foundry joint adventure to NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, and Qualcomm, in which the chip design giants would take the stakes in Intel's manufacturing operations, run by TSMC, with TSMC taking no more than a 50% stake. How much of that sounds real? TSMC made the JV pitch before its March 3rd announcement to invest another $100 billion in the US, though the talks have continued. The Trump administration requested that TSMC assist in turning around Intel, but not wanting Intel to be fully foreign-owned. Reuters report published in SCMP. That's South China Morning Post.
Yep.
Yeah. Wait, who at Reuters wrote this? Our good friend Wen Yi was involved in this. You know, she works for Reuters now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just got another email from Intel, partially related, that I can't share. Let me go back to that tab.
Is this the longest tech Poutine we've had?
It is, but we didn't expect
no, we
breaking
didn't.
news, did we? This one, okay, yeah. So, under the proposal, the Taiwanese chip-making giant would run the operations of Intel's Foundry division. Yeah. Everyone declined to comment.
Of course.
Oh, no. So Intel, TSMC, NVIDIA, AMD, and Qualcomm responded, but declined. The White House and Broadcom
just did respond. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that looks. We covered this.
Oh,
in the pre-show
over in the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
They got their video up before I did. Typical. So Intel stock rose 6% on early trading Wednesday. Everybody went up. But then again, the market's been down for the past week.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 3 sources said.
Interesting.
Multiple companies had expressed interest in buying parts of Intel, but 2 of the 4 sources said the US company has rejected discussions about selling its chip design house separately from the Foundry division. Now, are they saying chip design house as in
product?
No. I'm thinking more the teams between Israel and Oregon. So the product. Yeah, the thing is, product is sales, advertising, support, and chip design.
Yeah. Basically, it's Foundry and then everything else in product.
Thing is,
you can't sell the chip design house. I think what they mean is product, splitting product and Foundry. That's the only thing I could think of that would make any sense.
That's an unfortunate choice of words given the specificity of this
Yes.
industry then.
Yes.
Yeah. So. Lip-Bu, eh?
I will say I was not expecting this news, either Lip-Bu or this news right now.
It's Lip-Bu is also super tall.
Is
I think he's like 6'5",
wow.
whereas Pat was 5'7".
Yeah, Pat is shorter than I am. I know that.
Yeah, no, he is super tall. Searching for Lip-Bu Tan height. It's there's this odd metric that top CEOs, was it 80% of male CEOs are 2 standard deviations above average height.
Huh, interesting.
So yeah, it's in the British Stock Exchange is called the FTSE, FTSE. And in the FTSE 100, there are more CEOs called John than there are female CEOs, or something stupid like that.
That's funny.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what's going to be on the news now, and
I'm not seeing
really
where in this announcement they're saying. So Alex Clinton in chat says, doesn't the announcement essentially said that they aren't going to sell Foundry or JV anything? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about their plans moving forward, other than they're going to support their customers.
No, Alex is saying that this doesn't. That this announcement says that they're not going to sell Foundry.
Yeah,
as in they're committed to their current path.
Yeah, that
this announcement. But then again, wouldn't every announcement be an affirmation of their current path unless they explicitly stated otherwise?
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got a comment on Twitter from my tweet saying this validates rumors and increases the possibility of closer collaboration with TSMC. Oh, and somebody's posting something about a bismuth-based transistor that's faster and cheaper than silicon. I get the weirdest messages. Let me go back to...
Let's see.
No, I don't want that one. I want... This week for Poutine. Okay. Yeah, we briefly touched Ohio.
Yeah, we talked about Ohio. We talked about TSMC in the US.
Let's just do one last thing. Is it this one?
Did this. We already did this.
No, I want to. I'm showing this. Yeah, I've got the same link. I want to share this image.
Oh, that one.
Annoyingly,
that one.
Yeah, this is. I thought I put a link to the tweet in here. Let me. Annoyingly, Google doesn't let you download an image from docs. So I'm just going to do this. View. Where is view mode? I can't. No, not that one. There should be an option to just view. view it in non-page mode. Why is it being really weird? The other document we have. The other document we have is in. It's some sort of visual thing. I can't even edit anything in this, and this is a new document that I literally just made. Okay.
Google being weird.
Yeah. I don't want document tab. Okay, view. Switch to pages format. There we go. Okay, finally, we got there.
Took us bloody long enough.
Yeah, so one thing is that we also had a lithography conference. And what you're seeing here is ASML put a... Yeah, if I'm not looking at chat, I can't see it. What this diagram is showing is EUV machines time versus throughput. And we want EUV machines to be faster because it means we get more chips and they're cheaper to make. Or we can do more EUV layers. What this graph is showing is that the gray line at the bottom, the white line is standard EUV. Right now, we're at about 160 wafers per hour. And by the end of the decade, we're going to get nearer to 300. So double speed for EUV. For the high-NA EUV, right now we're at 100. And by the end of the decade, we'll be about 200. So double. The gray line here is double patterning regular EUV. So it just means that you do go twice through the EUV machine.
Yeah.
So you're obviously going to be slower, and that's going to increase as well. The interesting thing here is that ASML is essentially showcasing where they're going to be for the rest of the decade in terms of speed. You probably can't see it, but we have names of products that are going to come out to 30. So currently, most installs of EUV machines are what's called the 3600D. We're going to have the 3800E, 4000F, 4200G, which sounds like a AMD Ryzen product. But then we also have the EXE, which is the high-NA version. And there's going to be the thing here is that there's this disjointed dotted line. We do need to change the banner. Is that there looks like at some point there might be a step function increase in performance with EUV. And I just thought that was interesting, and it was not worth the effort to try and find that the view in paperless format was not in the view section on bloody Google Documents. And where in this does it say export or open image in new tab? You can't.
Image
options?
options?
There's no... That's
no.
just us.
Okay, that's... Yeah, no.
Even in Word, you can right-click and you can export as file. View more actions. Suggest edits. Save to keep, which is just a different part of Google Drive.
Yeah.
There's no way to extract an image from a Google Doc without just going screenshot. And then you have to save it somewhere else anyway.
Yeah.
What a palaver.
Yeah. It's Google being Google.
Yeah. We did have a super chat we didn't get to because it all kicked off.
Yeah. Can you pause while I install it? No, we had breaking news.
Schmide sent us $10 and says, received a 9070 XT during the stream. Can you pause while I install it? If only everything were that easy. Anything were that easy. It's actually what almost 9 p.m. here. And no doubt the rest of my evening, I still need to eat. I actually cooked some chicken wings this afternoon.
Food sounds delicious at this point. We've been going for nearly 4 hours.
It's we had an active pre-show. We showed a bunch of stuff, and then lots of. This is our fault for not being able to do one last week.
Yeah.
So
I do apologize for that. But my voice was not up for 2 hours of talking.
yeah,
Heck, even when I did the AMD RDNA video, there were multiple retakes because I just started having a coughing fit halfway through. So I had to pause it, restart it, and start from the beginning. So yeah. It's
there were a couple of other topics we wanted to cover that clearly we didn't have time because everything else took so long. One, Strix Halo in a desktop. For people who have seen it on Twitter, I am in batch 2, so I should be getting one in Q3. Somebody has told me to send email.
If you get one, can you send it to me, please?
It actually might be quicker for me to send it to you, and because I'm in the US often, for me to pick it up from you.
Yeah, but no, if you end up getting
because
sent one,
it fits in my LTX Traveler backpack. So yeah, no, that exists. And another topic we wanted to cover was ARM has announced some new V9 cores.
Yeah,
we'll get to that some other point.
Yeah, I actually have a funny thing about that, and I'm gonna go what? But yeah, Dragon Balls D. Thanks for the super chat. If Frank Fury had an
we can't say that. We can't say that.
Okay.
That is that's crossing a line a little bit. Come on, man.
Yeah.
So we did have some Q&A. LGTV asks, how does M3 Ultra compare to GB10? So this is, the Apple M3 Ultra we covered, and GB10 is what's in NVIDIA's little digit box. So we believe digits is 40 to 60 watts, maybe 75. M3 Ultra is going to be 140.
So I'm pretty sure that so the in the Project Digits box, there's not just the GB10, but also the Connect X NIC. That NIC will probably draw around 30 to 35 watts based on other Connect X NICs. And that's, as far as I know, essentially a passive power pull. It will just pull that much idle or doing something. There's not really power savings in Connect X chips.
Is that a 200 gig or a 400 gig connection?
We don't know. They haven't said. But as far as I know, Connect X 6, 7, it's very unlikely to be 8. But Connect X 6 and 7 both sort of idle around 25 to 30 watts. And then under load, it's about it's about 35. So it's
So GB10 has Connect X. M3 Ultra has Thunderbolt 5 and Ethernet, 10 gig Ethernet. Strix Halo has 10 gig. Does it have 10 gig Ethernet by default, or is it two 2.5s?
It's the framework has 10 gig by default, and then
but you do have a PCIe 4 by 4. If you
Oh, it's 2.5 in Thunderbolt 4. My bad.
So you have to use the PCIe 4x4 link to get anything faster, but the framework chassis doesn't have a space for it. You have to essentially have a different chassis.
What I was going to say on the Project Digits is that passive power from the Connect X does cut into the GB10 power limit, because it's a very small box, so you have cooling
trade-offs. The M3 Ultra also runs stock iOS, whereas the GB10 runs a custom version of Linux for NVIDIA.
Well, it runs the same thing as this, essentially.
Jetson Nano.
The Aura Nano.
So in terms of core count, I have to assume that the Apple cores are faster than the X925s.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's 32 or 30, 20, even in the lowest SKU, 28 Apple cores versus 20 in the GB10. That being said, the GPU in the GB10, the Blackwell, from a software perspective, will be more versatile.
Yes.
So
yeah, I still want to see what the non-AI flops.
Yeah.
Performances.
Yeah. Mr. Vipitis asks, did RDNA4 deprecate any legacy features?
I don't believe so.
I think this is because of the 32-bit PhysX crap that's happening with Blackwell.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything deprecated.
OPS11 asks, do you think we see too little development per node on GPUs these days? Seems we need to jump nodes to get better perf. Part of the thing here is that we spent 4 generations on 28 nanometer. And it was only the 4th one where we got a big jump in just raw performance, because same node, but different design philosophy in how you put a GPU together. And we understood DTCO better and physical design. So it's it comes and goes in cycles. And NVIDIA doesn't necessarily have the impetus because the money's in AI. AMD is trying to cater to mass market, and we're just seeing a lot of benefits through software right now. Things like upscaling, things like frame generation, things like the reduced lag functionality. So we're spending silicon in non-traditional areas in order to improve it. As a result, you're saying we see so little development per node. How much better has ray tracing got in the last 3 generations on the same node? Right? So yeah, and Trayan, to respond to your question, the GB10 is in what's NVIDIA's digits. Yes.
Yep.
Gunny 1972 said, is Bolt Zeus PhysX 2.0 XL with Crossfire? It's it's a rendering. It's accelerated rendering with some HPC performance. But we'll believe it when we see it. And is Lip-Bu Jensen's other cousin? No, because Lip-Bu's Malaysian.
Yeah. And speaking, apparently 71% says that Lip-Bu is the right man for Intel.
Oh yes, I forgot I'd done that. Yeah. Yes, fantastic. We did have another poll about is it the right time to buy a GPU, and people either voted no or yes AMD. There was also some no, too expensives. So yeah, cool. 71% said yes for 100 votes. Okay, let's call it a day there.
Yeah, over 4 hours of streaming.
But breaking news on that's never happened before.
Yeah, no, it's never happened on Tech Poutine, especially while we were streaming. So
yeah, it's a bit too early for Jeff to be streaming right now, I think. So
well, I also it's sort of like it's
we may have hit the LinkedIn limit of 4 hours.
Oops. Oh well.
Fun. So yeah, let's end it there. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching. This has been Tech Poutine episode 20, your often weekly show for silicon news and just tech stuff we find interesting. I've been your host, Intel from Intel. I'm calling myself Intel. Ian from it's been a long 4 hours.
Yeah.
And joining me as always,
I'm George from Chips and Cheese.
And we'll catch you on the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you like this, and don't forget to do all the same stuff for George. And we actually have an outro video if it works.
Yeah. Well, before that, have a good one, folks.
If you like this content, there are multiple ways to support the channel. You can like and subscribe this video, and many thanks for doing so. There's also Patreon, which gives you access to our Discord. There's a merchandise store and a newsletter, links in the description. For all of you who do contribute, thank you. You are keeping me well fed.